In an age of shifting systems and unseen paths, the world is no longer one realm, but many. Cloud above, data halls of steel and fans below. Between these realms lies the veil, where silence can hide an outage. And in the stillness, it offers the oldest refrain. It's probably DNS, and yet we are not without light or allies. We have faced these shadows before, together. Last year we gathered, we learned, we laughed, we shared the craft. But this year the story turns. A renewed agenda, new formats built for depth, and fireside chats where hard truths are spoken plainly. Set across Munich's most storied venues, as our fellowship of observers moves from the venerable halls of Paulaner am Nockerberg, onward to the Hochfünf evening gathering, and up to workshops high in the clouds and the highlight towers. And along the way, we stay true to the purpose of this conference, to gather the community as one, to meet the people behind the dashboards, trade secrets, and compare notes. Workshops to refine your craft, a knowledge fair to wander, discover, and ask the questions you've been carrying. At Checkmk Conference 12, you'll leave with new spells, practical hacks, and proven patterns to ensure your hybrid realms are well observed. The gates are open. The hall is lit. Welcome to the gathering. Now, let the conference begin.
Good morning, Munich! Good morning, Munich, and good morning to everyone watching us from all over the globe. It's so great to have you all here. Welcome to Checkmk Conference 12. In fact, you're part of 1,500 people gathering. A tremendous record-breaking attendance we are celebrating in 2026. And just like here, where two realms, as illustrated in the introduction video, or two worlds, merge with up to 1,000 people online and 570 people on site of the community, infrastructure observability is tackled the same way, and that is hybridly. Infrastructures are, for some time now, no longer purely on-prem, but also not purely cloud-based. They are a combination of both. Stable legacy systems meet dynamic cloud environments, and managing this complexity is one of the biggest challenges for modern IT teams. With the recent launch of Checkmk 2.5, we want to help you successfully manage those hybrid infrastructures, combining the reliability of the traditional world with the flexibility of the new one. And in many ways, the conference reflects exactly that. While every one of us is mostly online throughout the year, we now have the chance to connect, to share knowledge, and to collaborate, being in the same room. But how do we successfully bring these worlds together and transfer this amazing atmosphere from here in the conference hall in Munich to you over there in the live stream? Because in the end, technology may connect systems, but people create real connection, be it in person or online. And that is what Checkmk Conference is all about, shaping the hybrid future together. And just like every year, we wondered, what can we do better? How can we be more engaging at this exciting annual gathering of the Checkmk community? And without beating about the bush any longer, let me show you what we came up with for the next 2 to 3 days. In about 5 minutes, I will also hand over to Jan, so that's a short introduction from my side. In order to make the most out of this experience for you, we wanted more access to experts, more opportunities to connect, and more opportunities to look behind the scenes. And while frontal presentations remain unbearable for such a broad audience like you here in the hall, we came up with a new concept that's called fireside chats. Might sound a bit abstract, but it's actually quite simple. It's basically how they call interviews these days. That's also why you see the launch over here. That is new in 2026. And Keeping it simple, that's basically a deep dive that is like a talk show format where we invite external guests to the stage to get even deeper in topics. And we're inviting very interesting brands today and also tomorrow, like SWR, the broadcast company, or SBB, the Swiss rail company. And that's not all. For the Q&A and even more networking, we introduced an app this year that's Eventi. And if you've been here before, you might have noticed that we have abandoned the printed on-site guidance, which is why everything now is in the app. We digitalized the conference to provide you with opportunities, and I invite you now to take out your devices, please, and scan the QR code. Everyone in the hall might have seen this already, as it's all over the place. And alternatively, you can also click on the link below, so there's no need to have the app if you don't like it. And basically, there you will find everything that's relevant during all the conference days. And Q&As and polls are available to everyone, while all the other features and perks are available via login. However, that's also simple. You can use existing accounts, so no new registration needed. And a reminder for our dear colleagues, you can use your Google accounts for that. So let me show you its perks and why we introduced it this year. Basically, when you're in the app, you will see at the very bottom the menu, which has the basic things like your personal dashboard, the agenda, the feed, networking opportunities, and the More button that holds more useful links and information for you. But let's go to the agenda. There you can select a day on the top. You can favorite also your talks, everything that you like to not lose it. And then you can basically make this conference experience your own via the app. Also, you will find more information about each of the talks and the speakers and ask the questions here. And that's important. So for the Q&A, there will be one extra button that is called Join the Live Q&A, and that will be your place to be. Also there you will be able to upvote questions, but you need to click twice. So you will go to Join the Live Q&A and then ask a question. And there you can upvote and raise questions to interact with everyone. That is for hybrid. So everyone can join us. Besides, this app will be your overall companion, which means there's not only the agenda, but there's much more. And what is super cool, besides staying in the loop via our newsfeed or sharing your own stories from social, you may network and connect among each other. And how we do that this year is also via a connection challenge. So in the end, we will award 3 winners to go home with nice prizes in addition to the goodies that you will have here already. So interact and you can win points. You will see the leaderboard at the very bottom of the app. What remains proven are concepts from the past that we upgraded, which is, for example, the knowledge fair you might have seen when you entered the hall just over there. There you can meet our consultants and developers during all the breaks, and they will ask your concern and your questions that you brought along and that don't find any space on stage today or tomorrow. Over there, we have covered 5 big themes this year. For example, we have the application arena or also the future fair. And by the way, all these details are also in the app, so you can see all of the details individually. Talking about ways to engage, interact, and learn, we of course also organized half and full day workshops again. Those will take place on the 3rd day and at a new location, as you have seen in the video, in the north of Munich. Next to that, should you have any questions on site, there's a help desk as always on the right side where dear colleagues of mine are supporting you with anything you need on the organizational side, while everything that's technical remains in the app via the Q&A. And for everyone watching us from remote, you can just reach out via the email where you got the invite from today morning. And with that, the Checkmk community know-how is complete and you're best equipped to make this experience your own. And whether you're here to solve a specific problem, discover something new, or just validate that others share the same challenges, you're in the right place with the right people. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with Checkmk Conference 12 and welcome Jan Justus to the stage, please.
So good morning, welcome also from my side to our 12th conference. Today with us, we have customers. Many have been part of this community for more than a decade. Partners who've built a business around Checkmk, community contributors who have helped shape our platform over the years, and also first-time users who are here for the first time. In the end, you are the reason we do what we do, so thank you for being with us. When I think about the broader industry, the IT industry, there is one constant, and that is change. There's constant technological development. It seems this development is really accelerating, especially over the last 2 or 3 years. One of the most relevant trends for us over the last decade was that IT essentially has gone hybrid. Most of the people that I talk to, most of the organizations I see, have a mix of on-prem and private cloud and public cloud, multi-cloud, basically every imaginable flavor in between those spectrums. And the initial drive from this pure on-prem world into this hybrid world was the need for speed and efficiency. The cloud provided elasticity, it also provided operational simplicity, and so many companies with a scarce technical resource could focus their experts on what matters most, which was their core business. At the same time, in many cases, they became also faster. And this race, or this growth, has really accelerated over the last years with the start of this AI race. It's almost daily that we read the newspaper and see another announcement by Anthropic, Google, OpenAI, or others about a major investment taken. And if you look at the large LLM providers, they are all typically serving their models from the public cloud, so further fueling this trend. And to get a feel of the size of the investments, one way to look is at the annual investments, or the 2026 investments, that 4 of the major tech firms, that is Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta, are doing this year. And the planned investment for these companies is $700 billion. To put that in perspective, that's roughly 7 times the amount those same 4 companies spent just 4 years ago. It's also, in nominal terms, approximately the same amount that NASA has had at its budget over its entire 60 years of existence. So when NASA, the space agency, brought astronauts to the moon, space shuttles into Earth orbit, or satellites to uncover the mysteries of our solar system, this is the same amount that these 4 companies will spend this year, or roughly half the amount if we adjust for inflation. So it's a huge undertaking. It's the biggest IT investment cycle in history. At the same time, with all this hype talk and now the cloud and AI talk, something more silent is also true. And that is that on-premise is actually not going anywhere. And there are valid reasons for that. There are regulatory requirements that in many industries or geographies mandate where data is processed or where data is stored. In times of geopolitical uncertainty, where we have lots of these days, data sovereignty makes an ever more important part also of the political discussion. There are technological topics such as legacy systems that are simply hard to port into the cloud. And last not least, there's the notion of cost. Some systems are simply very expensive to run in a public cloud environment. And for all these reasons, on-premise is here to stay as well. And these 2 factors, sort of the rise of cloud and AI, on the other hand, that on-premises will maintain here, comes back to where I started. Hybrid is the primary dominant notion for almost every organization for the long term. And with that come 2 interrelated challenges. The first one is that simply IT complexity is going up and up every year. If you think about setups with private cloud, multi-cloud, legacy system, Kubernetes, microservices, that becomes ever more daunting. And at the same time, headcount in IT has actually not grown at the same rate. In fact, it has actually been stagnant in many organizations. And so you are faced with the challenge of providing more uptime, more performance in a time where downtime has become more expensive than ever, in a time where your end customers perceive any glitch in performance very quickly, and you need to deliver on these tighter targets with an ever smaller team, or at least not a larger team. And so how do you deliver against these tight margins? And one way to do that is why we're here today, is monitoring and observability. It's one of the cornerstones, so has been for a long time, of providing reliable and performant IT. But there are many vendors out there that provide observability and monitoring solutions. So why Checkmk? And in my simple mind, I cluster all of these vendors in two very basic categories. The first one is what I would call full stack platforms. These are typically providers with many thousands of employees who over the time build SaaS first or SaaS only offers with all these different monitoring lenses, logs, traces, infrastructure monitoring, synthetic monitoring, etc. But they come with serious drawbacks. One is because there is so much money to be earned in the cloud, there is little focus on hybrid setups. So hybrid visibility is actually very low. Second is that costs are very high. So the price tag and the very complex pricing model associated with many of those tools result in you exceeding budgets often 2 or 3 times. The third one is that if you are in a regulated environment, or where data sovereignty is important, well then this SaaS first or SaaS only approach might not be the one that is relevant for you. Now on the other side, you have what I would call point solutions, typically much smaller vendors focusing on a specific aspect, network monitoring, synthetic monitoring. And by now, most of these vendors are under investment, often more a legacy tool. And that is because they do not provide you with a full stack visibility, so it's hard to pinpoint the root cause. They often have lost track in following modern technologies, so cloud native technologies they often do not support. And so while they may seem economical, they are not the tool of your choice. And so you are stuck with sort of a difficult choice. Either you choose something more powerful that may or may not fit your specific needs, or you choose something economical that will not fit your needs. And so with Checkmk, we close that bridge, what we call closing the observability gap. So we are here to essentially offer you a tool that is a full stack view into your IT. We're focused on a hybrid setup deployed at your choice, self-hosted or as a SaaS tool, and at a cost level that you can sustain as you grow. That's essentially our mission. With Checkmk 2.5, our latest release, we have gone a long step in filling this gap between these two extremes. That is because we've now basically completed a full stack offering from infrastructure to application observability to user experience. It is focused on the hybrid world, and we invest in every layer of that stack to let you ingest any data, transform it easily, analyze it in depth, and get the insights you need to resolve your root causes or problems, issues faster than ever before. The slogan for this is Unified IT Observability for the Hybrid World, for on-premise and cloud. Now, how did we get there over the last years? Because for us, this was a journey. And if I think about our industry, I always think about 2 dimensions. One is sort of the stack, infrastructure, applications, the user experience of that application. And the second is, where are we actually monitoring? In the data center, so on premises, or on the public cloud. And for many years, our focus was hybrid IT monitoring. We started in infrastructure in the data center. Many years ago, we started investing into monitoring public clouds and cloud-native infrastructure. And last year, we've also launched a SaaS offering that complements our self-hosted offering. But we knew this full stack notion would become ever more important since the complexity of IT rises ever more. And so it's always harder to pinpoint the actual problem. So we started the journey a while back by adding synthetic monitoring, starting from the top, from the end user's view of the application, and integrated that very natively into our platform. But we still had this very important gap, application observability. With 2.5, we now closed this gap and now have one full stack observability platform at your disposal. We closed that by expanding further the open telemetry integration that we introduced in 2.4 that lets you scrape or lets you collect open telemetry metrics and scrape Prometheus metrics. And we complemented this with a new data backend, one that is highly performant and observability optimized, and so for us also the backbone for these new observability offers. Yeah, for us, this is a key milestone, and Martin and Afrida will talk you in the next session about what we did more precisely. The second major milestone that we achieved for us was that we completed our cloud offering, Checkmk Cloud, the SaaS offer. When we launched that last year, it was already very strong on the cloud monitoring side, but it lacked actually that area which is naturally our strength, hybrid observability. Because it had three major gaps when we launched it. The first one, it did not offer SNMP monitoring. So you could essentially monitor your servers on premises from the cloud, but not your networks, and that obviously doesn't really work for most of you. Second, we did not yet have application observability, and thirdly, also more important for cloud and SaaS tools, we yet lacked AI capabilities. And we've closed all those gaps over the last year. First, we introduced a new component, it's called the Checkmk Relay, that lets you monitor now basically all of your on-premise network structure that you cannot monitor with an agent in a very easy fashion. It's also very relevant actually for your self-hosted versions. Secondly, we closed the application observability gap for OpenTelemetry. And thirdly, we introduced our first embedded AI feature. It's called Explain with AI, and its purpose is to help you analyze an incident. Yeah? What is the root cause, and what remediation actions can I take? It's your partner on that journey. Now with that, you basically have a new solution at your disposal that comes with the convenience of a SaaS solution, but is the only tool in our view with deep hybrid visibility. It was built for very effortless deployment and has sort of the highest degree of automation in our world. And last but not least, it's obviously built for the highest security compliance. If you are in Europe, your data will be hosted in Europe, more specifically in Frankfurt. If you are in the US, your data will be hosted in the US, more specifically in Virginia at this point in time. Yeah? Cherry on top, AI-powered troubleshooting. Now, there are obviously many more features that we built in 2.5 that are very relevant to you, but I don't want to spoil anything. We'll be directly dive into this after this talk. So let me rather spend the last 2 or 3 minutes onto the topic of the last 2 or 3 years, which is AI. Now, many in this audience have some reservations around AI. These are very valid reservations, of course. But on the other hand, we are seeing these massive investments. The technological change is real. And we are also by now getting basically daily requests from you or from prospects as to how you can work with Checkmk with AI. And so in our view, AI will be your thought partner. And the primary use case that we want AI to solve for you is solving issues faster. Because this is, in the end, the main purpose of any monitoring and observability solution. Yeah? It does that by working with you through the data, forming hypotheses of the problem, and proposing solutions before you actually haven't started that on your own. And you are the human in the loop to actually take action. In addition, there are other use cases around configuration and around operations that simply make your life easier. And these two will complement each other as we grow. Now, in terms of our investments for any AI to be useful, the underlying principles say that the platform and the data is sensible. And so our core investments will remain focused on Checkmk as a platform as you know it every day. But with respect to AI, we are following two paths. The first is we are building an API layer for agents, an MCP server, basically, with a user experience that is not optimized for developer, but actually for an agent. So it looks very different than a REST API. And this means that for an agent, our tool will essentially be headless. It's a headless platform where the agent interacts with this API that complements the user interface that we have today. This MCP server can be used with any LLM of your choice. You can use it with Claude, with Anthropic, with any self-hosted LLM if you want. So this is your foundation. But obviously, in many cases, you don't want to connect Claude to Checkmk. You want to work with it directly. And so to complement this, we are embedding further AI assistance into Checkmk to directly make use of that functionality for the use cases I just described. In terms of investment this year, roughly 85% of our investments goes into the Checkmk core, as you know it, and 15% we've reserved for AI-focused investments along these two streams I just outlined. Do you have to use it? Of course not, but many of you are waiting for it. Now with that full stack mission complete in our journey on this AI world also started, we've basically starting a new journey. 2.5 sowed the seeds of that part. And in our view, the roadmap we are now proposing is so tremendous, so I hope you like it, that our next version will actually be a full release cycle. It will be Checkmk 3.0. And it will work on two major areas. We call that vision autonomous observability, A, on the agentic parts I just described, and B, on building out the different observability lenses to make Checkmk a more richer platform, an even more richer platform than it is today. We started in 2.5 by adding metrics-based observability. I spoke about it. In 3.0, we want to go more in depth on the network. We'll add NetFlow and over time more network performance monitoring as a new data source into Checkmk natively. And going forward, the next step on the road for us is log management, expanding the more narrow capabilities of the event console to provide you with more depth as you solve your issues. Now, since 2009, when we did the first Checkmk release, the first open source release, we've come a long way now. We are serving more than 5,000 customers in over 100 countries, and that's on top to the tens of thousands of users who are using our community product. But fundamentally, the way we like to interact with you hasn't changed. We are engineers at heart. We like to shape the product with you, and we still believe our platform needs to earn your trust every day. And that's why this conference is so important for us, because it's the one time in the year when we have 2, or for many of you, 3 full days together to exchange on where we are heading, what works for you, what doesn't work for you, to make this a better platform for all of us. So we hope that you use that time to learn about what's new in 2.5, what we plan for the roadmap, that you discuss with us like you always do in very frank and open discussions, and that in the end, we all have a great time. Checkmk is about one thing, making sure IT just runs so your business can focus on what it does best, which is serving your own customers. Now, what I did today is provide also a bit the marketing framing for the 2 days that follow. So many of you are now longing to get into the tech depths, and that will actually start now. Our next session will be the new Checkmk 2.5 with Afrida, our VP Product Marketing, followed by Martin, our Chief Product Officer, who will lead you through all those details. Let's have a great time together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jan. And good morning, everyone. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Afrida, and I joined Checkmk last year to lead product marketing. And this is actually my first ever Checkmk conference. So in my first few months, I did what you do when you're the newest person in the room. I asked a lot of questions. But most importantly, I listened. I talked to our customers, our partners, and I sat with our product managers and our developers. And I asked them all the same question. And that is, what is it that really sets Checkmk apart? What makes us truly different? And the more time I spent with the Checkmk community, the more I realized that the answer actually lies with our users. It's really our users that makes us truly different. Because you care tremendously about the product. You care whether it works well and whether it solves real problems. And if it does not, we know that you will tell us, and you will tell us loudly. So this is exactly what shaped our priorities over the past months, and that is your feedback. We looked through many things. We considered your ideas in the Ideas portal. This morning, I was talking to a few of our customers who are already raving about the ideas that we have brought into Checkmk 2.5 from the Ideas portal. We, of course, looked at the support tickets that you're raising. We surveyed and interviewed you to understand what you really need and where you struggle the most. And we actually studied the overall IT observability and monitoring market as a whole to really make sure that we are delivering a platform to you that is future-proof for the decades to come. And what we learned in this process really turned into the priorities and the outcomes that you will hear us talk about at this conference. So today, I really wanted to share with you a few facts and figures that we gathered in this process that really shaped our priorities. So we ran a market study with over 100 monitoring users, asking them what they value the most in a monitoring and observability solution. And full stack monitoring came out to be the second most important factor right after total cost of ownership. Now, of course, none of us really wants to own an overpriced software solution. Now, we had already made the call to go full stack years ago, and we've already started building on that for some time now, because we really know that looking at your infrastructure only tells you a part of the story. The full picture lies across your entire stack. So this has been a primary focus for us with Checkmk 2.5, and as Jan mentioned, with 2.5, we really completed our story of full stack monitoring and observability. Infrastructure, application observability, and synthetic monitoring, all under one roof, tied to each other. And of course, we will keep moving deeper into the stack as we go further. Now, a platform is, of course, only as good as its slowest cog and its weakest link. So to truly deliver on the promise of a cutting-edge full-stack monitoring and observability solution, we, of course, have to improve and make every layer of our platform more faster, easier, and even more scalable. And we really used your feedback to focus on the areas that we believe would bring you the most value. So first, we looked at usability. Why? Because the way you move through the interface, how fast you can get to what you need, and how much friction lies between you and the answer that you're seeking, they all define your monitoring experience. And this experience underpins everything that you do within the platform. So we looked at our onboarding survey results from hundreds of Checkmk users. And we saw that the core workflows of using, navigating within Checkmk, and configuring Checkmk were some of the most cumbersome workflows that you had to undertake on a daily basis. So with the launch of 2.5, we have made great strides in improving the core workflows that matter the most to your day-to-day. And this is really a journey towards offering you a best-in-class user experience. And it will keep on being one of our key focus areas for the releases to come. Now, Martin will share later a lot of details around exactly what we have delivered when it comes to usability improvements. Of course, stay tuned for that. Now, improving core workflows makes it easier for you to move through the platform. But how do you now screen through all the alerts that you've just set up and resolve the incidents fast as they come your way? Now, this is really an important question because from our user interviews, what we discovered is that almost 80% of your time actually goes into diagnosing an incident before you even know how to resolve it. And the more you monitor, the harder it gets to decode the complex alerts and really find the root cause behind them. So we thought that if we could make the root cause analysis easier and faster for you, it would actually have a huge impact on your time to resolution. So we introduced Explain with AI, which is really a one-click root cause analysis that gathers context across all your services, be it infrastructure, be it application, be it synthetic, and it recommends the best available resolution paths to you in natural language. So you actually do not need to prompt it or decode any sort of complex language. Now, this to us seemed like the most practical and useful way to introduce the benefits of AI to our users. Faster troubleshooting with embedded AI. And you will, of course, hear a lot about this new capability from Martin shortly, but later on, we have a dedicated session on it as well, so of course, look forward to that. Now, next, we come into an area that is absolutely critical to your monitoring success, and that is the way you analyze your monitoring data. Because your monitoring is only as good as the insights that you can actually capture from your data. And the more enriched your data gets, the harder it gets, the more complex it gets to collect actionable insights. So we ran a user survey to understand how you really perceive Checkmk across some key dimensions. And you shared with us that we're doing great in areas like total cost of ownership, ease of implementation, customization, and scalability. However, data visualization is an area where you highlighted some major gaps that we had to address. And we, of course, ourselves knew that we had a lot of room to cover here. So we took this feedback very seriously, and we invested heavily in our data visualization and analytics capabilities with Checkmk 2.5. We've made it a lot more advanced with 2.5. And there are many, many exciting enhancements that we have introduced recently. So Martin will run you through them. So of course, stay tuned for that. And what's exciting is that this is really the start of a great roadmap to make our data analytics and visualization capabilities the absolute industry-leading standard for you. And lastly, we looked at the scalability of the platform. Why? Because while you rate us well as a scalable and extensible platform, we're actually quite proud of that, it's still an area where we have to improve continuously in order to support the increasing adoption that we're seeing from our users across all our platform capabilities. In fact, today we see a significant portion of Checkmk user base deploying Checkmk across thousands of hosts and hundreds of thousands of services. We see really large-scale distributed setups across data centers, across cloud, very large Kubernetes clusters that all need to stay performant at all times. And we also see how speed, reliable automation, and ease of maintenance becomes really non-negotiable at this scale. In fact, we have a fireside chat tomorrow with Ionos, where we will talk exactly about this particular challenge of scaling. Claudio, are you there? Yes, Michael, big shout out for them. Thanks for being here with us. And they will talk about how they've actually used REST API, the Checkmk REST API, to develop a very smart solution to scale with Checkmk. So very excited about that. Now, we've worked on a lot of things in 2.5 that takes scalability to the next level. For example, we introduced something like API versioning, which is super important for scalability. We introduced a high-performance data backend that Jan just talked about. We now have a low-maintenance, self-updating collector called Relay. And we have introduced better support for virtualization platforms, but also we have reimagined cloud monitoring altogether from ground up, and we've actually developed a blueprint that we've applied to Azure monitoring first with Checkmk 2.5. And this is all in support of your increasing hybrid strategy. So this is what really framed the last pillar of focus for Checkmk 2.5. A faster, more scalable platform foundation for you. But in the end, of course, the proof is not in what I say, but in what we delivered. So between 2025 and 2026, we delivered over 1,800 VECs in the form of distinct and documented changes within the product. If you do not know what a work is, it's actually a change log where you get to see all the changes and all the developments that we are making in the platform, and it's public, it's on our website. And what's interesting is that a record number of these works this time were actually shaped directly by you through your support tickets. So more than 1 out of every 3 work could be traced back to a support ticket. And more than 1 in every 7 support-related work led to a feature release within the platform. So it's not just bug fixes and patches. And this is truly a conservative number because we actually cannot trace all ticket references back to our work, so it's really a smaller number than reality. And this trend has actually doubled over the last 5 years. And this really, really shows that, opening a ticket is really a direct line to our product development. And talking about delivering, we have also delivered on 51 of your ideas from the Ideas portal. And we addressed a record number of upvotes this time, more than 1,700 to be precise. And these are all the top 10 most voted ideas that have all made it to Checkmk 2.5. So if one of your favorites is in this list, I can promise you that you'll probably be delighted to attend some of the deeper dives that we've planned for you over the next few days. So all in all, I think that we are on a great track, and we will, of course, keep on delivering against your most important and pressing needs, release after release. And what makes us really happy are the positive sound bites that we are already receiving from our users. And the feedback really helps us know that we are going in the right direction. So I hope that you will check out Checkmk 2.5 if you haven't already, and will provide us with your valuable feedback, as you always do. Now, last but not the least, there is one more thing that I wanted to share with you today, and that is the revamping of our old lineup. Now, many of you may remember that our old lineup had 5 editions. We had Raw, Enterprise, Cloud Self-Hosted, MSP, and Cloud SaaS. But this lineup actually had a few challenges. To begin with, it was a bit confusing and unintuitive. We had 2 editions named Cloud in the lineup that are fundamentally different from each other. Our entry-level self-hosted edition was called Enterprise, which actually sounds like the best tier of the lot. We had MSP with the feature multi-tenancy and data segregation, which is actually not only relevant for MSPs, but for anyone who needs strict tenant separation. And we had Raw. This name really sounded a bit unfinished, and it did not necessarily represent the community behind the scenes. But it's also important to highlight that this lineup was the result of our platform's evolution over time. So in 2022, when we launched Checkmk Cloud Self-Hosted Edition, we did not really have a SaaS product to consider. But with the launch of Checkmk SaaS last year, we realized that it was truly the right time to revisit the lineup. So we tested out various names, as we do, through numerous surveys, user tests, and interviews to find an easier, simpler, and more intuitive lineup that works for you. And based on the results, we decided to go for the following 4-edition lineup. We replaced the name Raw with Community, as the name draws a clear connection between the product's open source nature and the community's contribution behind it. Next, we replaced the name Enterprise with Pro, as it clearly represents the professional grade performance of this edition. Next, our best and most capable self-hosted edition is now called Ultimate, which offers the option to choose multi-tenancy and data segregation as a feature add-on. And lastly, our SaaS edition is still called Cloud. No changes there, because of course it was already very well aligned to its SaaS nature. So what do you really get with each edition? Community is perfect for small setups or home projects where self-support is the norm. With Pro, you get a professional-grade monitoring for data center infrastructures, and it's perfect for growing organizations that need effortlessly scalable monitoring. Next, we have Ultimate, which is our flagship self-hosted edition, and it includes all the new full-stack and observability and monitoring features that we will be talking about at this conference. And it's purpose-built for large-scale hybrid environments, and it offers advanced automation capabilities. It also offers multi-tenancy and data segregation, as I mentioned, and it offers the option for you to get 24/5 premium support beyond the bundle support that is now part of all our commercial editions. And lastly, we have Cloud, which is our premier SaaS platform, And cloud offers the same full-stack monitoring and observability depth as Ultimate, with the added benefit of a managed service that is always up to date and stays always up to date with zero effort from your side. Now, with these 4 streamlined additions, we hope that the lineup is a lot more easier, a lot more intuitive for you to navigate, so you can always find your right fit. So with that, I hope I was able to shed some light on why we do the things that we do, and I hope that your feedback will keep on being one of the biggest drivers for that reason. And now, I will hand it over to Martin to take you through exactly what we delivered with Checkmk 2.5. So please welcome Martin, our Chief Product Officer, on stage.
Hello. Are you now looking forward to some screenshots of Checkmk 2.5 after all the story? Yeah. I brought a lot of them, yeah? And I think Afrida gave you the why, yeah? And I think this is really important for us. We want that you understand that we do these things for a reason, what we do. But the good part is now I can focus on showing you what we did. And everything in 2.5 fits into this one frame, yeah? Full stack observability, infrastructure, application synthetic, and user experience, embedded AI, visualization, and scale. And now let's get into it, but I want to show that to you through your eyes. Because in the end, is not, I think, a great way to communicate is if I just show you a list of features, but I want to show you how we made it better for you from your perspective. And for that, I brought you 3 people, because every IT is not run by one person, but typically by a team. And so we have 3 people from the same company. They have different jobs. Anna, she's a systems engineer. She keeps the lights on, servers, networks, virtualization, cloud, and she does it all in Checkmk. Then we have Marco. Marco's a service owner. Yeah? His developers, they expose their application with Prometheus metrics, and they use OpenTelemetry to push their data as well. And they use Grafana for that. And lastly, we have Sam, and Sam is a support engineer. And his job is to do on-call this week, and when something breaks, he has to troubleshoot it. And how they work today? In 2 different tools. Yeah? Anna watches the infrastructure in Checkmk, everything green. Marco's developers, they watch the app in Grafana, also everything good. 2 teams, 2 worlds, 2 tools. And when the application slows down, Anna says, everything green in Checkmk, all good. And the developers say, everything green in Grafana, also good. And Sam, he's then stuck in the middle. He has to try to figure out, yeah, what is the real problem, and has to puzzle the 2 pieces together to a full picture. I think if you just watch the infrastructure and you know your boxes are healthy, you don't know if it actually really works. Because the truth, it lives across the whole stack. Yeah? And if you only see one layer, you're just guessing about the rest. And as Afrida showed you before, I think this is also becoming increasingly important to you. And in 2.5, we put it back together across infrastructure, application, and synthetic, across data center and the cloud, self-hosted or SaaS. And we made the platform better for each of these 3 people. For Anna, the systems engineer, for Marco, the service owner, and for Sam, the support engineer. And we start by looking through Marco's eyes. If the application doesn't run anymore, he has a problem. And the application layer, that was the missing piece, yeah, in Checkmk's capabilities. And when we started to build application monitoring for Checkmk, we really looked closely into which technology should we choose. Yeah? We wanted to have a technology which doesn't put another burden on you, another agent which you need to run, another special thing, yeah? And a technology which is future-proof. And fortunately, the entire observability world is converging towards one standard, one open, vendor neutral standard, and that's OpenTelemetry. And it's not a proprietary agent anymore, it's no vendor lock-in, and I think this is quite important when you build these things. And modern runtimes, they're already go completely OpenTelemetry native. Yeah, Spring Boot, .NET, Go, they push the data out over OpenTelemetry. But I think this is important. This is not the only world. I think if you look into the reality, what you see is that most tools, especially in their infrastructure, they talk Prometheus. And I think if you look into the future, you'll see that both things will be there for quite some time. Yeah? And they will stay. And the good thing is Checkmk, it can handle now both. You can push your metrics over OpenTelemetry, and as well Checkmk can scrape Prometheus metrics. And that matters really for Marco because his developers, they don't have to build something new. They can keep the stack they have built before and just push the data now to Checkmk as well. And that is all now powered by a new backend. Yeah? It's a high-performance backend called ClickHouse. It's built for cloud-native applications, which produce a lot of metrics in a scale which infrastructure never did before. Yeah? You get metrics per endpoint, per service, per container, and this is what ClickHouse was built for. And what do you get? Now we have the first screenshot. Marco's team, what he gets now out of the box are, for example, RAD metrics, requests, errors, duration. That's the same signals they watched in Grafana, but now also built into Checkmk. And these are, I think, really the key metrics if you want to observe an application. And if these metrics, the services which we automatically create, if they don't answer the question they have, we also now have a no-code metrics explorer. So you can just pick a metric, you slice, and then you graph it. And the good thing is you don't have to learn an additional query language. It's just very easy to use. I think this is the moment that matters then, yeah? Because now we have the same data Marco's team had in Grafana next to the data from Anna's team, from the infrastructure team. We see infrastructure and application in that way. For example, if a container restarts due to an out of memory, you can see where it comes from in the application. And as well, if Marco's team has a problem with the application, they can see is an infrastructure-related problem which leads to that. So that's Marco. Yeah? His app was an island in Grafana. And now it lives in Checkmk on open standards right next to the infrastructure. And the best thing is he didn't have to throw anything away which his team built before. Everything in this chapter has a whole session behind it. Yeah? And today, just right after lunch, Jörg and Sebastian will go deep into that. So that's the application layer. Let's go to the layer underneath, and that's Anna's layer. Anna, remember, she's our systems engineer. She keeps the lights on, yeah, across networks, servers, virtualization, and the cloud. But Anna's world is changing. I just talked to a couple of customers before we started, and I hear it all over again and again. We had it last year. People are moving away from technologies like vSphere. Yeah? And when you see people moving over, yeah, leaning towards more, for example, Proxmox or Hyper-V or Azure, for Checkmk, this means we need to follow you. Yeah? Because this is what Checkmk is for, to follow you along your journey to cover the infrastructure monitoring needs which you have. And I think this world, Anna's world, is probably the one which is most relevant for the audience here. Yeah? Because it's not the serverless world, it's the racks. It's Windows, Linux, VMware or Proxmox, databases, switches, firewalls. And I think this is where Checkmk has always been the strongest. With our native agents, broad SNMP support, and I think this is really better than anything which you bolt on afterwards. And that's the backbone of 2.5, and it got broader and faster now. Let's take a look, for example, at our Azure monitoring. It was completely redesigned. On the one hand side, the agent is now 60% faster, which really matters if you start to monitor a lot in Azure, if you don't just monitor a couple of services. And I think really fundamentally, yeah, one of the big pain points which we had before, you now only need one rule, because with one rule, you can monitor an entire Azure environment with multiple subscriptions. And Anna, she can now also filter natively with the Azure tags which she had and used there. And that comes also with a lot of dashboards, yeah? Because now she can observe the entire Azure environment at a glance. We have pre-built overview dashboards. We have completely redesigned how we have created and how we create hosts and services into a very well-structured way. And with that, you can drill down from the top towards your Azure subscriptions to resource groups down to individual resources. But for Anna, also new doors are opening, yeah, with OpenTelemetry. Yeah? And you might wonder, isn't that just this application thingy? Yeah? And I think that's not OpenTelemetry, actually. Actually, if you look into OpenTelemetry, you see it does a lot of infrastructure coverage. Yeah? It has more than 100 receivers, and most of them are for databases, web servers, message queues, and also cloud providers. And more tools, they also emit OpenTelemetry metrics. For example, I think MySQL now ships natively OpenTelemetry metric exporters, which push directly in that natively. And almost every tool also has a Prometheus exporter and has built-in metric endpoints to scrape. So how does that fit into the Checkmk world, yeah? Into the way how we monitor stuff? Yeah? Because if you look into how Prometheus or OpenTelemetry metrics look like, they're essentially just a number on a graph. Yeah? They don't know what is normal. Yeah? When do you have to worry, yeah? Or what it belongs to? And you have to supply all that knowledge, intelligence yourself. That's then your task. Yeah? And if you look at a Checkmk plugin, there's a complete difference. Yeah? Checkmk is years of monitoring experience baked into the product. And you get out of the box the things which really matter. Yeah? You get the right thresholds, we turn the raw numbers into graphs, and you get an OK, warning, or critical state. Because somebody already did the thinking for you. And we have that for more than 2,000 plugins. So I think that's the value which you never want to give up. And I think that's also why you don't reach to OpenTelemetry for monitoring a Windows system or a Linux system. Yeah? The native Checkmk plugin will just do it better. But where OpenTelemetry earns its place, also in the infrastructure area, is the long tail. At Checkmk, we can't deliver a plugin for every tool out there. Yeah? There's just too much in the IT space. And there will always be a custom service or a niche appliance or something brand new where we don't have something out of the box. And the same is true for a gap in an existing plugin. Yeah? We have our out-of-the-box plugins. They cover a very specific set. But if you're looking for something else, a different metric, I think that's where OpenTelemetry can help you, because you can just pull that metric in, and then you have full coverage. So OpenTelemetry makes sure that these gaps, they are not dead ends anymore. It extends Checkmk. It doesn't replace what you already have. We have 2 sessions which will go deeper on that. We will dive deep into Azure, containers, and virtualization this afternoon. And tomorrow, you will see me again for details on all the other infrastructure monitoring improvements which we will land or have landed. Now, synthetic monitoring. It sits next to infrastructure and application as the third pillar. Yeah? And this is not just an afterthought, because what really matters for your users is that they can do what they came to do. Yeah? And only a synthetic check, walking the user journey from the user perspective, can tell you that and can prove that. And this is the layer which is closest to the customer. So now we go back to Marco. Remember, Marco is our service owner. And we just connected his apps to the rest of the stack, but now we have to look at the synthetic piece. Yeah? And I think the hardest part on synthetic monitoring was always writing the tests. Yeah? We built Checkmk synthetic monitoring on Robot Framework. And Robot Framework is, I think, the best open source tool for sysadmins to write tests. Most tools, they require you to be good developers, proper developers. And I think Robot Framework is in a different place. It's for pragmatic developers. That's how they call them. That's people like me, yeah, who were not born like as a natural developer, but who just fix things, yeah. But the other reality is that most teams, they don't start from zero. If you look into the landscape, actually quite a lot of customers and users, they already have some kind of tooling for testing stuff. And what we did in 2.5 is we have now the RobotMK bridge, and this brings tools which you have in other tools towards Checkmk. It translates them into the robot framework language so that you don't have to worry, that you can just use whatever you have and can put it into Checkmk. Simon will go much deeper into this tomorrow, and he will also share something really exciting, how you can write synthetic tests very easily with AI. So all three can finally see the whole stack, but seeing it as one thing, living in the tool is a very different topic. And now I need some water. Because we have a lot more features now, and now we have a lot of screenshots. Okay, so core workflows were the one which really scored the worst in the survey Afrida showed you. And I think she made it very clear why this matters more than it looks. Yeah? The friction between you and the answer doesn't just cost time, it costs monitoring quality. And the harder it is to move through a tool, yeah, the less you actually do with it. And if you fix the workflow, I think you improve both. And so this is now user experience. It's Sam's chapter. He's the on-call engineer. And he lives in this tool all day, and so he feels every part of friction with it. And now picture your own Checkmk. Yeah? Remember, if you open your Checkmk and now come up, how many tabs do you have open? Yeah? Do you have one tab open for Checkmk? Do you have 5 tabs open? 10 more? 20? 10, 20, yeah? I've seen people with 20 tabs, yeah? And I think this is not because anybody really likes to have 20 tabs open. It's how we cope when a tool does a lot, yeah? And the work is spread across it. And I think here's the part where others would have said, and I've heard that in the past, that an expert tool needs to be like that. But I don't think this is how it should be, yeah? And because it's a signal that if you have a lot of tabs open, there is some friction. And I have for 2 of these frictions a name. Yeah? The one is context switch. Yeah? Every time you step out of a workflow, out of what you're doing, for example, to go to the documentation, to the forum, just anywhere, it's tiny each time, right? But over the day, it really sums up. And the second one is the most painful one, late feedback. Yeah, you do something and only later you find out, oh, wrong thing, and you have to backtrack then. And our goal at Checkmk is to remove those frictions. And to be honest, this is not a sexy story. Yeah? Like making the product better from a user experience, like you can't put that on a web page here. This is a new good things in 2.5. Yeah? It sucks for marketing, right? But I think it doesn't suck for you. When I talk to users, you care most about that. And you are the Checkmk champions. You have made Checkmk popular. And so I think it's just fair that we pay you back with every release, step by step. And so now let's go back to Sam, our support engineer, because now when Sam onboards a new box, look what happens right there. When he enters the host name, you have DNS resolution there. So if he mistypes the name, and I think it has happened to every one of us, the form tells him immediately and not just a couple of screens later. So he never creates a dead host anymore. And then, yeah, next question, is the agent actually talking? And in this case, no, it isn't. Connection refused. And look where he finds it out. He doesn't find it out somewhere late in service discovery when he doesn't get a response. He sees it exactly here. And it even tells him what he might have to do. So he now goes there, says, okay, probably not the agent installed. And I think this is now really good experience. This is what we always have wanted, yeah? Because one click on that button gives him a one-time token, yeah? Baked into a single command to download and install the Checkmk via the Checkmk's REST API. He then has just to paste it into the terminal, and it downloads and installs. Done. No more package hunting, no more credentials to fiddle with. And registering the agent, yeah, something I think which is painful for a lot of people, yeah, that is now the same way. It's as easy as that. It follows the same pattern. One command, a one-time token, and you're done. And look, we're good now, yeah? See everything green? The host is up, the agent is talking, and Sam, he never left that page. And now finally, this is, I think, the part I love really the most about this entire release. It's the single most command which made you leave your workflow. It's activating changes. And with activating changes in the past, you always had to go to a separate page, and then you lost where you were. Not anymore, yeah? Because now a slide out comes in from the side. He just has to activate it, and you see he's still exactly where he was before. And the navigation, yeah, the one question in the Checkmk navigation which always has haunted, I think, every Checkmk user is the thing I need in monitoring or is it in setup? Yeah? And now we have a new global search which looks everywhere. Yeah? Hosts, services, rules, dashboards, settings, no matter where it lives, this way you can find it. And now let's take a look at service discovery. It sometimes did not tell you that it's actually doing something. Who of you has clicked away when they have seen that? Yeah, I see some people nodding, yeah. You always wonder, does it actually do something? Yeah, it actually does something, but you don't know, yeah. And now look what Checkmk is doing. It actually tells you that it's working. And this principle we applied throughout Checkmk. You're not left wondering anymore if Checkmk is actually doing something. And none of these things itself is a headline feature, yeah, but on its own. But together, I think they make the point, yeah, because every small exit, every mistake which is caught at the source instead of later, that adds up. And for Sam, and hopefully for you as well, at the end of the day, you end up at hopefully one tab. And I think this is what makes a great user experience. It's not on your worst day, it's on your most ordinary one. And now we have 5 things which make Checkmk 2.5, I think, a really great user experience. That's from host validation to agent installation, change activation, global search, to an honest UI. And as I only scratched the surface of these improvements, we planned a dedicated session tomorrow by Tanya, because she's the brain behind all of these improvements. So remember that number from earlier. Yeah? Almost 80% of the time you spend on an incident goes into diagnosis. So before you even know what to fix. And so the biggest lever on time to resolution isn't a faster fix, it's a faster diagnosis. And that's where we exactly targeted our AI efforts at. And that's theme 2. And let me tell you about one night on Sam's shift. Yeah, Sam, he's our on-call engineer, the one who gets paged about issues at night, about things which he didn't build himself. And look, I mean, everybody has seen that maybe before, yeah. A warning comes in, temperature high on a disk, yeah, on a database host. Yeah, Sam opens it, and at first glance, really like nothing really relevant there, yeah? Postgres database looks healthy, the logs are fine, queries are running. So just another false alert, 36 degrees, really? And so he looks at the other things, memory, also fine, file systems fine, network fine, CPU fine, everything is green, yeah? But so he mumbles to himself, gotta talk to the monitoring team tomorrow, how can they come up with an alert at 35 degrees? How did they think about that? And so he goes back to sleep. And then, a little bit later, he gets another alert, yeah? And look at that, load average of 21 on a box which is typically not having a lot of load, yeah? And I think the obvious read is there, yeah, it's CPU, yeah? So something is eating the CPU. And so the instinct is typically, at least for me, is let's look, maybe there's a runaway process, something fishy there. And this natural instinct, which I think is right, would burn probably the next hour to just find the problem, because this isn't a CPU problem at all. And he does one button on that alert. Yeah? He asks now the Checkmk AI. And the Checkmk AI doesn't just restate the alert. It pulls context information together. It looks at all the other services of that host and the metrics, and it answers then in plain language that the load is not due to computational demand, it's a severe I/O bottleneck. Yeah? So the CPU is spending 2/3 of the time waiting for the disk, and the SSD is warm. And you see that's the wrong instinct gone immediately, yeah, in one click. And so if he, of course, wants to say, hey, it's AI, so wants to see, does it really the data back it up? He looks at the metrics for that, and he sees, oh, the disk graphs, we really see request wait times, and the latency goes through the roof. And this is exactly the time where the load climbed. So it's really an I/O problem. Yeah? And soon after, it escalates further. Yeah? The load doubles. So Sam asks again. Yeah? And then he sees, oh, it really correlates to a failing disk. We now have critical smart errors, the pending sectors on the SSD. So the hardware is really dying underneath the database. And our AI, it doesn't stop at the diagnosis. Yeah? It recommends concrete actions. Yeah? I mean, here that's quite obvious. Replace the SSD. Yeah? But I think what is important is this is just not just a chatbot. Yeah? Think of it as a colleague with whom you speak, but he has read every metric, every service on that host before he opens his mouth. And I think this is really the value. Yeah? You don't have to look at everything. Your colleague, Checkmk AI, has done that for you now. And then the proof comes later, of course. Good that you have smart monitoring. I recommend smart monitoring. And you can see reallocated sectors. The disk is really dying. So the CPU alert was the symptom. And then the disk, a couple of services away, that was the root cause. And Sam, he found it in 2 clicks. Yeah? Instead of the hour a generalist would have spent on searching for the actual root cause. Yeah? And you told us 80% of the time which you spent on fixing something is diagnosis, and this is how we tackle that and drive down this 80%. Later today, Annika and Matteo will show you more details on our approach to practical AI and how they built that feature. Okay, visualization is the area where you had the strongest feedback for us, and this is theme 3. And we're now back with Marco, our service owner, because he can finally see his application now in Checkmk, but that turns out to be only half his problem. Because every day someone asks, hey, how's the application doing? Yeah? His boss before a management meeting, a customer in the middle of a rollout, or the network operations center. And until now, this meant, oh, let me do a screenshot and send the screenshot to you on MS Teams. Yeah? Or a PDF, which nobody can drill into. Or a login, which someone uses once, and then it just rots in your system waiting for your next audit. And so the seeing, I think, was solved, but the showing, that wasn't solved yet. And so we rebuilt Checkmk's dashboards from the ground. So we really ripped out everything and rebuilt it to solve this and more. Building a dashboard, for Marco, it's not a fight anymore, yeah? Because now we have a guided builder, widgets which are managed directly on the canvas, and he sees the visualization with the live data before he saves the widget. So it's no more this build, guess, rebuild, build, guess, rebuild. It's more like you build and it's right. And filters, who understands how filters in Checkmk work? Andreas knows it, of course, yeah. I think when I built my first dashboard in Checkmk, I really struggled with that. Because, you know, we have dashboard filters, we have widget filters, we have now runtime filters, we have a lot of filters and they all interact with each other. If you know how that works, you can get really great dashboards, but I think for most people this is really like a jungle, yeah? And so we not only redid the UI, we also really rethought about the underlying logic, yeah? And now we have rethought it in a way that it has become much easier and much simpler to implement and work with filters in Checkmk. And now if Marco wants to share a dashboard, yeah, I mean, he cannot know on which screen the dashboard will be shown. Will it be on a laptop or on a big dashboard in the Network Operations Center? And the good thing is he doesn't have to worry about that anymore in Checkmk 2.5 because, let's hope the video works. Yes. The dashboards, they adapt now automatically to the size of the browser window, and they go downwards as well, so you can extend them downwards. Yeah. Yeah, it's a stupid limitation which we had, but yeah, so it is. So he can now finally build what wasn't even possible a year ago. Yeah, one dashboard with applications, request rate, errors, and latency, and right above it, the infrastructure it actually runs on. But now to what actually Marco really wanted and needed. Yeah, he now hands his boss a link to a live Checkmk dashboard. Read only, he doesn't need an account anymore, and it expires on its own if needed. So pasting screenshots into a chat is now finally over. And next time, if someone is asking you how the application is doing, or the infrastructure or anything, he and you as well can just send a link, the living truth on whatever screen they are holding. So that's Marco. Seeing his service was the opening, showing it is 2.5. Build it without a fight, hang it on any screen, and hand anyone a live link. And there's a lot of details to unpack here, because this was really a lot of work to get to that stage. And tomorrow afternoon, Matteo and Vontek, they will go in depth into the new dashboards. So underneath everything sits a foundation. And as Afrida said, a platform is only as good as its foundation, and only as fast as its slowest part. And now we are back at Anna, our systems engineer, who keeps the whole infrastructure running. And for Anna, and also for you, reach further, monitor more, always came with a cost. Because every segmented network meant another system to run. Yeah? A branch office, a factory floor, a segment in another data center. And the old answer was always, you stand up a full Checkmk site, and then you own it forever. Yeah? You install it, you configure it, you patch it, you update it, and you secure it. Thank you, Gregor. And the alternative which we built is the Checkmk relay. And I think the fastest way to understand what it is to look at what it is not. Yeah? And it's not a Checkmk remote site. This is very important to understand. Because a Checkmk remote site is a complete Checkmk system. It has its own monitoring core, its own database, web interface, configuration, and notification engine. And it's a complete second system which you have. And the relay is none of that. Yeah? It's a lightweight forwarder of data. Yeah? It gathers the data from the hosts and sends it home, and almost all of the intelligence stays central. And that has a lot of implications, because it's small enough that you can drop it on a little VM as a little container. It's nearly maintenance-free, and I think this is the part which really adds up. Yeah? The relay is configured centrally. Yeah? It updates itself automatically from the central site, and there's no per site upgrade anymore. Yeah? It talks outbound over MTLS, so you don't have to open inbound firewall holes. And it works especially good if your monitoring is in the cloud. Yeah? And this is for what we built the relay originally. Yeah? But I think last year when we showed the relay plans to you, a lot of people came and said, don't just build that for Checkmk Cloud. We also need that. And so we said, okay, let's also make that work for self-hosted environments. And with Checkmk 2.5, it's there for all of you. Almost. So like every year, we try to make Checkmk quicker, yeah, especially for large environments. And that's always focused activities, yeah, because where we hear the pain is the largest, that's where we tackle that. Yeah? And one of the things is, of course, always activate changes. Yeah? And activate changes is now much faster on bigger sites. For example, micro-core reloads, which used to take a couple of minutes for sites with thousands of services, goes like that now. Then, this is also a pretty big one. Notifications at very large environments could run into timeouts. Yeah? I think I've seen that from a couple of customers already, and so we re-engineered a part of the notification engine, and now it doesn't need to load the whole configuration anymore for each notification. The notifications can be then sent out just in a fraction of seconds. Yeah? And I think this is a great improvement. If you ever struggle with notifications at a large-scale environment, then please go to Checkmk 2.5. We also improved live status in the UI at scale, because one of the key things which people more and more start using in Checkmk are labels. And labels used to work a little bit differently in the live status query, and now it has changed, so it's much faster. And then we have one thing where we really did, I think, the largest improvement on speed, and that is hardware-software inventory. That now loads 60 times faster as before. We also rebuilt the REST API on a new foundation, and that's now versioned. It's now properly versioned. We also will stick to that versioning. And that means that Anna's automation scripts, they will survive an upgrade, yeah, instead of breaking with the upgrade. You can now rely that the REST API works as is throughout patch releases and major versions, as long as it's on the same version. Yeah? And while we were at it, it also got faster. The new validation, yeah, it handles requests at double the speed. But to be honest, that only matters if you have a really large payload. Like if you, for example, add thousands of hosts. But I think this is really where it then matters, that you have speed. We've also added a lot more versioned APIs for writing Checkmk extensions. For example, server-side programs. Important, that's server-side programs. That got now V1. The bakery finally got V2. The inventory UI also has now an API so that you can build custom hardware software inventory views. The password store also has now an API. And what that translates to is a lot less pain when you do Checkmk updates. Yeah? Because these APIs, they guarantee stability. So that's Anna. Yeah? She reaches now every corner of the infrastructure at ease. The daily clicks which she did where scale hurts are now faster, and she gets reliability where it matters most, when you do updates. So 2 sessions will go deeper into this. Today in the afternoon, yeah, we will go into the inner workings of the relay. And tomorrow morning, we start the day with a deep dive into the REST API and the developer APIs. So 3 people, 3 completely different jobs, but now on one platform. Yeah. I think it got better for every one of them in 2.5. Marco, he can finally see his application in full and show it to anyone. Sam moves through his ordinary day without the tool fighting him, and he gets his answers powered by AI in seconds. And Anna, she can scale out and reach further with minimal effort. So Checkmk becomes one platform for everyone who depends on it. And this is Checkmk 2.5, with many improvements across infrastructure, application, and synthetic. It's easier, faster, more scalable. And I think most importantly, and the point which Afrida opened with, yeah, or closed with, is every priority you saw today, yeah, it traces back to something which you told us. Yeah. So you said it, we heard it, we built it. And since 2.0, I think this is our most ambitious release. Yeah. And this time we did it in 1 year, but yeah, as a German football trainer legend said, nach dem Spiel ist vor dem Spiel, Yeah. For the ones who don't understand German, after the game is before the game. Yeah. We are already now working full steam on Checkmk 3.0. And this will be even much more ambitious than what we have shown in Checkmk 2.5. We call it Checkmk 3.0 for a reason, and you will hear more about that tomorrow. And with that, I'm done with Checkmk 2.5, and I think we still have some minutes for questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Martin, for a great talk. And we do indeed have some questions already. And if you also want to participate, just use the QR code, scan it, and then you're also able to post your questions. So let's start with the first one. Will the AI integration be available in only the cloud version, or will it be available to be used in the standalone versions as well?
We will also bring AI to self-hosted, but we will talk about that tomorrow. And it will be in a different way. It will be more in data sovereignty in yours, and it will be more in the way of we enable you. Yeah? But I think it will be quite cool.
Okay. How does Checkmk 2.5 handle Kubernetes monitoring differently from 2.4?
Not at all, I think.
Not at all.
I mean, just that we support new versions, we do fixes all the time, but it's, I think essentially the big changes we did in 2.4 and 2.5, I think we didn't invest a lot. Yeah.
Then related to the new host onboarding, the ClickOps host install and registration is great, but what about automated install and registration as a part of a host build?
Of what?
Of a host build.
Of a host build, but that's already possible. Yeah, because we already have certain rule sets which you can automatically register the agent with a host and which does everything. Yeah? So if you have the right rules, it does that already, if you create the agent packages in that way.
Next one for REST API. Will the helpful errors presented in the UI during host creation also be available via the REST API?
Do you know?
No.
I don't know either. I think the REST API has, because to make it possible, we had to improve the endpoints, that they're more verbose and talk more, but I don't know that in detail. I just know we did something to make it possible. What we did exactly, I don't know, to be honest.
Okay, then next one. Does host connection error while registering is limited to agents or any type of communication method possible to use?
So for example, SNMP, I would assume because we have the agent now, the other thing obviously would be next step is to also have that when you do SNMP. And I think we have that in a working prototype. I don't know if we have merged that for Checkmk 3.0. I will have to talk to the developer who did that. But it was a question which a colleague from ours had because he was saying, yeah, great that you built it for agent, now I want it for SNMP. And so I think I saw that already. It's not in 2.5 though.
Is there a way to integrate the new way of installing and registering agents to Checkmk via Ansible, maybe via the Ansible collection?
A new way?
For the installing and registering agents.
A new way?
I think the new way basically with the error messages or the install commands.
Maybe one-time tokens.
Via one-time tokens, probably?
I think probably the one thing which people would care about. I assume, I don't know, I would assume it's more like how if you have the Ansible collection, use it, that you can also rely on one-time tokens. I think this is not yet possible.
Next question. No word on the Checkmk exchange. Will the way forward be open telemetry integration rather than community MKPs?
So I think as I explained before, the native plugins which you build, they provide a lot of expertise. I think this is why the plugin way will always be with Checkmk, because it's a very different way. The one thing which you have to think about now is when we have all these metrics now in our database, how do you create something usable which you can share across? That's, I think, one of the next steps for us also at some point is to figure out how can we make the knowledge which others build and they are shareable with others. At the moment, we don't have an answer on that, but we're happy to discuss with you to understand how would you like to have that, how should we extend, what should we make possible, and because in the end, the data is there, yeah, and we can make the data also available because it's all just some kind of query which you create to have certain services then in Checkmk.
Okay, last question. Are there plans to bring synthetic monitoring to the cloud offering?
At some point, yeah, I think you will see tomorrow in the roadmap talk what we plan with synthetic monitoring. And this will be a really big thing what we plan. And once we have done that, I think then we can start tackling also synthetic monitoring in the cloud.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And now it's time for lunch, I think, right, Melina? Time for lunch? Yes, have fun lunch. We see each other back at, I think, 2 p.m.
And we are off to a great start. So the first block of the talks is done. Quick question while we're on a break. I know that some of you already shared your favorite things in 2.5, but the others also, please let us know what you are most curious about. Drop it all in the chat while we're on the lunch break. We'll be very interested to hear what you think, and also I'll make sure that I pass all your feedback to the product team. So yeah, please feel free to share your feedback about 2.5 in the chat. And guten Appetit. See you back here at 5 minutes to 2.
into wrongdoing, into wrongdoing, into wrongdoing.
And we're back. Hope you had a good break and tasty lunch. This afternoon is all about full stack and scale. So here's the lineup. The Missing Link, Bridging Infrastructure and Applications by Sebastian Krahe and Jörg Herbel. Full Stack Visibility in Practice by Frank Baier. Then Engineering for Scale, Introducing Checkmk Relay by Moritz Kiemer. Then Monitoring at Scale, Arkane Studios by Laurent Barbier. Monitoring at Scale, Azure, Containers and Virtualizations by Mohamed, Saleh and David Gervasoni. Then Future-Proofing Virtualization, Adaptive Proxmox Monitoring by Andreas Decker. Managed Services at Scale, Netflex by Erik Schippers. Then, yeah, you can see that there are lots of real-world stories in this blog by our users, by our partners. So if you're running anything similar, let us know in the chat. And if you have any questions for the speakers, feel free to ask in the eventee. Yeah, and we might do a bit of a competition. So if you have something interesting that you're monitoring with Checkmk, let us know in the chat. And yeah, let's see which one receives the most emojis and the most reactions. And if you're in Europe or in the US, we might even try to get you a nice souvenir from Checkmk. So yeah, share what you think, what cool things you monitor with Checkmk. And yeah, let's go and have a great block of talks. And yeah, see you in the chat.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second half of the first day of our conference. Very nice to see so many familiar faces again. Now, I have to say that it was a really nice lunch, actually. I enjoyed it. Naturally, after lunch, we feel a bit tired. I definitely feel a bit tired. What about you? Please show me some hands if you also feel a bit tired. Yeah. Might also have something to do with oxygen in here. Luckily, we have coffee to help us out. Very nice. So before we start into the second half of the day, I would just like to take this opportunity and close our eyes and relax for just 1 second before we start.
I think we have an incident. We should take care of it right now.
So you will take care of it, right?
I will take care of
my
it.
Coffee.
You can have a seat.
Thank you.
We'll see you later. All right, maybe you figured out that we are monitoring a web shop. Martin has shared some screenshots before, and it's quite a complex web shop. We are running an e-commerce company, and the payments module, of course, is at the heart. It's generating the actual cash. So there seems to be a problem with it, and we have to find out what's going on. So, first thing we do, of course, we open the Checkmk dashboard and have a look at the namespace dashboard because our web shop is running on Kubernetes. It seems to be all okay. Infrastructure seems to be all right. CPU, memory ports, all healthy. Even in the bottom on the left side, we can see the payments deployment is also green. So let's drill in a bit further. But also here, at the payments deployment, we can see nothing out of the ordinary, infrastructure rock solid, and also Checkmk is doing its job. Right, there must be something wrong here, because on the other hand, there is tickets coming in, Slack messages coming in, the boss is texting, web shop is down, fix it now. So clearly something wrong, the application is down, our web shop is down. And I would like to know who has been in such a situation before, where the infrastructure was green, but the service was still not available. And typically that happens during the evening, your lunch break, or when you're on-call duty during the night. Give me some hands if you have been in such a situation. Yeah? A few hands, not too many. Yes. But this leads to the actual question now. And please get your phones out, and let's use the Eventi app. And we have prepared a question for you. So we need the QR code. Waiting for it. I can read the question already to you. So the question is, how does your organization currently monitor application health? Whilst we are still waiting. Otherwise, we skip the question. Right. Okay, so maybe we can do the question later. Back to our story. So, of course, the boss is insisting we cannot lose that much money. Payments module needs to work. We need to generate the revenue. And you'd think, okay, makes sense, but how do we do this actually? Because there seems to be a bit of a gap, a visibility gap here. And think of it like an iceberg, where you have above the watermark the infrastructure layer. It's all green. We have proven that, opened the dashboards already. And there's a second layer, the application layer. So looking at the request rate, error rate, or latency, the red metrics, or many more application metrics would be great. Both layers would actually be great to have. So how can we achieve this? And many organizations, many teams, of course, would add a second tool. Let's call this tool Data Cat. You can see the nice cat here on the right. And what happens, there's nothing wrong about it, but what happens is you have two places where you have dashboards. You have two rule engines, you have two notifications to maintain, and there's two teams responsible potentially, and in the end there is a bit of a divide. That takes time. The mean time to resolution simply increases, and it takes more time to resolve the incident. That's valuable time, and that's what we have been talking about this morning as well, to reduce this time. So the question is, how can we bring both worlds, both layers together? And the elephant in the room, and I can see it already, is Checkmk now fully making a pivot to become an APM product? The answer is no, we are not. We are doing something that only Checkmk can do. We are bringing both worlds together for unified visibility. So Checkmk 2.5 here in the middle shows us there's the same alerting and reporting, dashboards, custom graph designer, RRDs, DCD, and now also the new metric backend. And we hear a lot about how we have improved Checkmk 2.5, also for the infrastructure side, the well-proven side. That's why you're all here, and how all these metrics come in via agents, agentless, or even with a relay now. But from the other side, we have now application metrics coming in via OpenTelemetry and also Prometheus endpoint scraping. And this is exactly what we talk about when we bring both worlds together. So the power is unified visibility and not Checkmk goes APM. And this lets you finally answer a question, the crucial question, which is it the code or the infrastructure? The root cause is found there. So let's go back to our lunch break incident and reimagine the situation. It's the same dashboard we trust, but now it has also app telemetry in it. The infrastructure is still healthy, we can see it in the middle, but at the same time we can see on the top right that payments have been dropping, and in the middle bottom you can see the error rate has been spiking. The service is critical and almost half of the payments didn't go through. So the answer to the question is it's the code, it's not the infrastructure. Payments failing is the symptom, but there was a deployment shortly before the end of the lunch break, and this code change is the root cause of our problem. There was no second tool necessary and no war room session. So Checkmk 2.5 brings you this unified visibility we have been talking about all day, and it's this full stack observability that adds the value. Right. I've been talking 10 minutes about the why this is so important, and I would like to welcome Jörg back here on stage to continue to tell us actually how it works. Jörg, please take over.
Thank you. Okay, I had some time to calm down by now, enjoy my coffee. So next couple of slides, I'm happy to show you what we built for application monitoring in Checkmk 2.5. Some of you might know that we already had experimental support for monitoring OpenTelemetry metrics in 2.4, and 2.5 we expanded on this. And this presentation, I will now show you what we actually built. Okay, so we're going to discuss 3 topics roughly. First of all, before we actually do anything with OpenTelemetry metrics, we need to be able to ingest and store them. So that will be our first topic that we discuss. And then typically, once you have data incoming, you might not exactly know what you actually get from the application, so you typically would like to explore and visualize the metrics that you actually get. Then finally, the third topic, of course, with Checkmk is monitoring. Once you're able to ingest and to explore and visualize, you, of course, want to monitor certain time series, and that will be our final topic for today. Okay, so we start into our first topic, ingestion. With Checkmk 2.5, you've already heard this earlier from Martin. we introduced a new metric backend specifically for telemetry metrics. And next couple of slides, I'll show you a bit more details. We'll start with what we actually need from such a backend, so our requirements. We roughly 3 requirements here. We, of course, need to be compatible with telemetry data. So for now, we want to store metrics. In the future, we also want to store logs and traces. Then we have the topic of performance, scalability. So depending on the size of your systems, the amount of data that we get can vary significantly. Our solution needs to scale accordingly and handle whatever amount you send us, basically. Then third option is about deployment. So for self-hosted sites, you maybe want bare metal deployment or virtual machines. On the other hand, in our cloud offering, we want Kubernetes deployment. So we need multiple options here, and all of these requirements together then led us to ClickHouse. So ClickHouse is an SQL database, high performance, and specifically built for large data volumes. And we use it in Checkmk 2.5 to store and query OpenTelemetry metrics. So how does that look like? We have your systems over here, for example, instrumented applications, or maybe applications that expose Prometheus endpoints. And we have here our Checkmk site. And in Checkmk, we run the OpenTelemetry collector. So the collector is a program that collects, so either receives or scrapes telemetry data, and then forwards it. That we already had in 2.4 in the experimental support. So the collector either gets data from your instrument application or it scrapes your endpoints. And what is now new in Checkmk 2.5, the collector forwards the data into a ClickHouse instance. Once the data is in ClickHouse, it's ready for us to query and process and monitor. So next couple of slides, we're now going to discuss mainly a topic of exploration and visualization, so understanding what data you get, and then the topic of monitoring this data. Of course, that's what you want to do in Checkmk in the end. You want to monitor something. Small reminder, we have our web shop scenario. We already saw the payment service has a problem. All of these components of the web shop, payment, checkout, and so on, they all emit telemetry data. This data goes into the collector and then into ClickHouse, as we just saw. So we now have data incoming into ClickHouse. We'll now take a look at the next topic, exploration and visualization. And a small side note, there's also a workshop about configuration for this. So for those of you who attended, you will also learn about how to configure this pipeline. Okay, so we now move from ingestion to exploration. We have data in ClickHouse. Now we want to explore what we actually get from our systems. And for that, in Checkmk 2.5, we can use the custom graph editor. So the custom graph editor itself is nothing new. It already exists in Checkmk 2.4, and you can use it there to plot any host and service metric. I expect that quite some of you actually know it. Maybe briefly raise your hand if you actually have used the custom graph editor before. Okay, thanks. So as I said, in 2.4, you can use it to plot any host and service metric. What is new in 2.5 is that you can additionally use it to plot metrics stored in ClickHouse in our new backend. So let's jump right into an example here. Here we plotted all metrics with the name HTTP client duration. So that's the duration of HTTP requests in our application, our web shop. And we see multiple lines here because multiple components of our web shop emit this metric. So you might get this metric, for example, from the payment service, but also from the checkout service and from other services. That's quite normal for OpenTelemetry. You typically would like to now drill down and filter out data. And in the custom graph editor, you can do this with attribute filters. So we have selected a metric name, HTTP client duration. And what you now want to do is you want to set filters to, for example, select data from the payment service only. So what we'll now do is we'll set a resource attribute filter, set service.name equals payment, and we'll set another filter. We want the HTTP method to be post, for example, here. With these two filters, we will now arrive at a single time series, and that's the duration of HTTP requests in our payment service. So we've now, with these attribute filters, drilled down from all metrics with this name to only the metric emitted by our payment service with HTTP method equals post. Okay, so quick summary. We've seen ClickHouse, new metric backend to ingest and store, and a custom graph editor to explore and visualize. And now we've arrived at a single time series, and this sort of naturally moves us to the third topic, monitoring. How can we monitor this single time series that we now filtered out? And we'll see that Checkmk 2.5 has two options, two sort of channels here, if you wish. And we'll start by exploring the first channel, and we return to the custom graph editor. And in the custom graph editor, there's a button called Add Rule Metric Backend. And if you press this button, you get a slide-in. And this slide-in configures a special agent rule that monitors this specific time series that you just configured. And the metric name, HTTP client duration, and the filters, they are ported over. So you basically press this button, get your slide-in, you save the rule, do a service discovery, activate changes, and you get a Checkmk service that monitors this particular OpenTelemetry time series that you just configured. This is how it looks like. For example, our service is called HTTP client duration payment, and it monitors the duration of HTTP requests in our payment service. You can put upper and lower thresholds, use notification mechanics. So this is a standard Checkmk service of all the known mechanics that you can use. If you want to, you can also configure multiple queries or monitor multiple queries per host, actually. OK, great. So this is called custom query monitoring, because you had to configure things manually. You had to select the metric name by hand, and you had to select the filters by hand. You can probably imagine that for larger applications, you don't want to configure everything manually. You don't want to configure every single metric that you want to monitor manually to get a service, actually. That's why we have a second option available in 2.5 for monitoring OpenTelemetry metrics, and that's via the DCD, automated. So what the DCD can do for you, can automatically create hosts that mirror the components of your web shop, and each component, each host, will then discover services that monitor the respective OpenTelemetry metrics emitted by the component. So we won't discuss the DCD configuration in too much detail, but there's one point that I want to highlight, this resource attribute for hostname lookup. So what we configured here is service.name. What the DCD will now do, it will create one host per unique value of this attribute. So you will get a payment host, a checkout host, and so on. So you will get hosts that mirror exactly the components of your web shop. And as I already said, each host will then discover services that monitor the metrics emitted by the respective component. For example, here we have a Go application. We get OpenTelemetry metric services that monitor different aspects of this Go application here. So something with the memory and the processor and so on. So this is what we call the generic monitoring of OpenTelemetry metrics, because it can monitor any OpenTelemetry metric emitted by your application. Again, these are standard Checkmk services. You can configure upper-lower thresholds, notification mechanics, and so on and so forth. And these are discovered automatically for the hosts created by the DCD. And in addition to this general or generic monitoring of OpenTelemetry metrics, we implemented something specifically for HTTP applications. Martin sort of already hinted at this, and Sebastian earlier as well. That's the monitoring of RED metrics. So what we implemented additionally is these so-called RED services. So RED stands for requests, errors, and duration, or latency as we called it here. So if your application emits these RED metrics that measure these quantities, then Checkmk will automatically discover these RED services that give you a solid monitoring of HTTP applications out of the box. You see that they're actually a bit more detailed than the generic monitoring that we saw on the previous slide. For example, for latency, you get the 90th and the 95th percentile, and so on and so forth. OK, and this brings me back to this dashboard that we already saw. Sebastian has already presented that. So we see our infrastructure in one row. Then at the bottom, we see these RED metrics, so our actual application metrics. So we see request, errors, duration, and we see that the errors are actually spiking. So from this unified view, you can actually read off, OK, infrastructure is not the problem. It's in the application. Sebastian said that there was some faulty commit or something like that. So in the future, yes, you will still have incidents, but we hope that with these new features in Checkmk 2.5, you'll be able to delegate and resolve faster and then return back to your lunch. Thank you. Klasse.
Thank you so much, Jörg and Sebastian, for your talk. Let's dive into the questions. First one, did I understand it right? If I want to use all of what is presented, I need the ultimate version.
Yes.
Plain and simple, yes.
Or cloud.
Yes.
Or cloud, yeah.
Or cloud.
Any idea if traces will be added to Checkmk?
Yes, but a bit later, so not in 2.5 and also not in version 3, but after that we are thinking about it, yes.
What I can also add is that one of the reasons why we chose ClickHouse is because it can support traces next to metrics and logs as well, actually.
Next one. Is ClickHouse used in 2.5 out of the box, or does it require additional configuration?
Should I?
Sure.
It requires almost no configuration in the sense that you have to somewhere activate it. There's also a quick setup for it, but you don't have to install an additional component or something like that.
Oh, that one is good. Will ClickHouse replace RRD in the future, or is it only used for OpenTelemetry?
It's not only used for OpenTelemetry, it's currently used for all sorts of metrics. And as Jörg just mentioned, it will be used for logs, traces in the future. So for now and for the time being, both will coexist.
Next one. How does Checkmk integrate with APM tools like Datadog or Dynatrace?
I think we have integrations for a longer time, so nothing changes really there.
So this feature set doesn't change anything in terms of integrations of these tools.
Okay, next one. Will metric retention time be configurable?
Right now it is not, but there's nothing that fundamentally stops us from doing that.
Yes, and we are listening, so we are actually gathering your feedback, and we hear different retention periods are necessary, so we'll look into that for version 3.
Next one. Is the metrics in ClickHouse synced from remote side to central side?
No.
No, it's currently not. And we will see what we can do for version 3, but currently it's one side, one ClickHouse. Yeah.
But we have something on the roadmap for version 3. We'll see.
Okay, then one for the DCD. Is the key for the DCD hostname creation configurable, or will it always be service.name?
It's configurable. And you also have auto-completion, by the way.
Okay. Is it planned to include other OTel signals, traces, logs in Checkmk in the future?
Yes. Step by step.
Okay. In 2.4, telemetry was experimental. In 2.5, is telemetry a first-class citizen, or should it be considered in a beta test state?
No, it's not experimental anymore. It's a first-class citizen.
How could RobotMK synthetic monitoring facilitate that APM monitoring and interconnecting with the infrastructure?
Can you read the...
I can read it again, okay. How could RobotMK monitoring facilitate that APM monitoring and interconnecting with the infrastructure?
Yeah, we have quite some ideas there, and we would like to bring this together, especially also on the visualization layer. If you're interested to have an actual look how this could look like, please go to Simon at the Knowledge Fair. We have actually some prototypes to look at, and we would love to get your feedback.
Okay, then the last question for this talk. How does the ClickHouse DB scale? Is it possible to use an external ClickHouse deployment?
Not yet, but it's on the 3.0 roadmap, actually.
Yes.
Okay, again, thanks to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, you will see me before almost every talk. I will try to introduce every talk. And I have the honor now to introduce the next talk. And it's the first time we do a fireside chat at Checkmk. And for that, let's all welcome Jonas and Frank for the very first one for today.
Checkmk Conference. Frank, thank you very much for being here. Short round of applause for Frank.
Thank you.
So, we talked about one very big and ambitious project that you're involved in, and I'm excited to dive into that together with you. But before we do that, can you tell us who you are and briefly what you do?
I work at Südwestrundfunk, SWR, one of Germany's largest public broadcasters. And here I work primarily in the IT monitoring systems team and also a little bit on the applications team for our VideoMAM system.
All right. So you are, like we heard, responsible for both infrastructure and applications. And I'd like to know, was that always the case, that you're responsible for both? Or how did you get to wear that many hats?
I was initially hired to administrate our video asset management system, our MAM. This is an extremely complex application, and it quickly became obvious that we need to monitor the application, and this is why we brought in Checkmk. So really we started with an application monitoring and relied on our own plugins.
And that's when you brought in Checkmk?
Yes.
Yeah. But today, you're also in charge of the infrastructure that this big application runs on, right? How did that come into play? When did that start to show up for you in your job as well?
What happened next was that other applications and infrastructure teams saw what Checkmk would do, and they asked us to monitoring things like network and other broadcast devices and monitoring and applications with Checkmk.
Okay, so you took on a job to monitor one application. Sounds like you ended up with something much bigger than that. So congratulations to that. But essentially, you're keeping the entire stack of a TV station running to some degree, or your team monitors that. Big, tall order. What is your ambition for that, or your view of that looking forward?
You could say I'm involved in everything. We still rely on multiple tools at the moment for the full visibility, and we need to integrate or to make one integrated picture in the infrastructure and applications visible in one place where all colleagues already know.
So multiple tools today, but you want to integrate that into a more coherent vision.
Full stack monitoring.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so much for background. Now, I mentioned at the beginning that you told me about one big, ambitious project. This is a new media asset management system that SVA is introducing, and you're a big driver behind that. Can we go into what that is?
A media asset management system, we call it MAM, and MAM system is a central software platform for a broadcaster. We are using this to organize, find, and work with all our media assets, videos and audios. And our editors, our producers and engineers are using this every day to produce the content for online or live broadcasts.
Sounds like a pretty important system to keep everything running. So let's understand the background where you're coming from a little bit, or what this is replacing. Understood that the old media asset management system that you were using was a more classic kind of monolithic type of application. How did you monitor that?
The old MAM system is a classic application running on virtual machines on Hyper-V. And we are monitoring this with a classical stack with our own plugins. And the audience might know this already. And every data point will individually polled via the agents, and we have one metric per service. So it's classic application monitoring, you already know.
Yeah. And I also understand the new system that is coming in is much more complex. Why is that? Or can you shed some light on where this complexity comes from?
It is more complex because it's running on a microservice Kubernetes cluster. This is also running on in AWS cloud and on premise, on multiple locations, and in multiple networks. It's split with firewalls.
Yeah.
And we have also more connectivity to other systems. So it's on different networks and different locations. It's very complex.
Yeah. So a microservice architecture, hybrid infrastructure, third-party connectivity, many new factors to consider. So if you were to compare this modern, complex type of architecture and this old, more monolithic one, how do they contrast? What's the main difference in how you monitor them?
The fundamental difference is that we get a steady data stream with OpenTelemetry for everything. It's from Kubernetes itself, up to the application metrics and traces. And it covers everything up to the workflow steps in the application itself. So we get also metrics from the application layer.
Yeah. So one large data stream that covers a lot of different things. Let's take a slightly closer look at that. In practice, what does it mean monitoring an application and everything underneath it with a data stream like OpenTelemetry?
In classic application monitoring, you get one metric for a service. In a Kubernetes environment with OpenTelemetry, you get a metric with has also multiple attributes, so you are able to make more filters. You can filter a metric based on the pod where it is running, on which node, in which Kubernetes cluster, in which environment. So you can build much more complex dashboards for this.
I see. So many more filtering options, but also a lot more complexity to handle. We talked about your monitoring stack a little bit and the tools that you have at your disposal. And the reality today is that you don't have one single tool at your disposal that can take care of all of that, but you have this vision towards a more integrated or a holistic monitoring view. So in moving towards that, what is important to you?
For us, it is very important to centralize all. We want not to have multiple tools. We want to have one tool where I can see all from the bottom up to the application. Then, secondly, we want to be more cost efficient. And third, we want to bring more and more metrics or data from the third-party systems outside Checkmk to Checkmk.
Yeah.
And that's why we set up an open telemetry gateway. We use this to route the data between the different systems based on metric attributes and route that to the right backend.
Right. Gateway sounds like a very useful thing to have in this endeavor to centralize things. Can we go into that a little bit? What is exactly an open telemetry gateway?
An open telemetry gateway is also an open telemetry collector. It can serve as a data intermediate because it can do a number of things. First, it can capture data and send open telemetry data. That's like a classical open telemetry collector. But it can also receive and forward open telemetry data, and it can also add and transform the data. We use this to filter and route the data based on the attributes to the correct backends.
Right. So because you still have these many or multiple different tools in use today, you use this gateway to filter and route data to the right places. So that, for example, you send logs and metrics to the metric backend that is or to the backend that is supposed to receive that type of data, right?
Yes, we have exactly. We have multiple data sources and also multiple data targets. Most of the log data, for example, is forwarded to Loki directly. So we have and to the Grafana as front end. But we have also multiple data targets that will be sent to the same sources that will be sent to the same data targets. For example, the most metrics will be sent to Checkmk, but also to Grafana.
Yeah. So you have application data and infrastructure data, and based on the attributes, you decide whether it should end up in Checkmk or Grafana.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Now, today, as we're seeing, you have, among some other tools, primarily Checkmk and Grafana in this tool stack, but your plan is to move more or shift more of this data towards Checkmk. What is it that you need from Checkmk to start making that shift gradually over time? If you were talking to the Checkmk product team, hypothetically.
There are a few important things. That's the way Checkmk handles multidimensional metrics via the DCD. This must be improved because we need to display several open telemetry metrics per service. That's not possible at the moment. We want to build, or we want to have dashboards from Checkmk that's working out of the box, like the normal Kubernetes dashboards or dashboards for other applications like Redis. And the most important thing is to provide documentation for the hotel deployment, because it's very complicated, and as you can make different setups for this, and then you have different metric names or attribute names, and that the dashboards are running out of the box, there is an example deployment required.
Yeah. So we need to get better at dealing with multidimensional metrics. We need to make it easier to have out-of-the-box dashboards for you, and we need to document more so you can structure data in the right way to show up in the way that you want it to.
Yes.
sounds like we have a little bit of homework. Frank, thank you very much for this conversation.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks for being here today. And let's continue with the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Our next speaker is someone I think most of you are familiar with. And I looked at actually what he's doing every day, and then I found out that he's one of the most productive developers we have. I'm pretty sure he hates that I looked into what he's doing every day, but and he's also the architect behind a lot of the changes which we do. And his name is not Lars, his name is Moritz. And to put that into numbers, I think since he joined Checkmk 8 years ago, he has done more than 10,000 commits, and he has changed more than 1 million lines of code of Checkmk. So he's really like changing everything in Checkmk all the time. And to make the next feature possible, Relay sounds very simple. To be honest, it's actually quite complex what we built. He also had to make a lot of changes to Checkmk again. And so now let's welcome Moritz to the stage to present how we built the Relay.
Hi, hello. It's actually 9 years even. So I'll promise I'll update the picture for the 10-year anniversary. Okay, let me talk about engineering for scale, introducing the Checkmk Relay for large-scale distributed deployments. So a common design principle is form should follow the function. And this, of course, also true for monitoring, ideally. Okay, so let's see where we are. If you want to know the form that you're aiming at, then of course you need to clarify what is the function. So let's take a look at a company infrastructure. You have your main office, you have data centers, you may have something like a manufacturing site, and you may have lots of branch offices. And your requirements will differ. So for the data center, you most likely want performance. Maybe you want metrics in a sub-minute resolution. For your manufacturing site, you want reliability, independence. You don't want to miss one single important event. Even in case of a network outage, for example, you really want to be covered here. And for your branch offices, you most likely want to have low maintenance because, again, you might have quite a lot of them, and you don't want to be busy maintaining all of these offices all of the time. So let's take a look. In such a distributed environment, what does Checkmk currently offer? And I guess you all know the answer because there's one answer currently, and that is you put a Checkmk site everywhere. And a Checkmk site is very versatile, and it comes with a lot of features like config push, view only, local access, alerting, CMC dump, real-time checks that allow you to configure a site in a way that it will probably suit your needs. However, coming back to this paradigm that form should follow function, you can't help but ask, well, are you really sure that a full-blown Checkmk site always is the right answer, even if that's not my requirement? So let's take a look. Your requirements are independence and flexibility. A Checkmk site is a great choice because, as I just said, you can configure a lot and you can probably make it work. However, it comes at a cost. Maintenance, and it's a powerful application, but it's a fat application. You need to run the whole stack, and that needs resources, both your personal ones in maintenance and also in hardware, of course. That's why we're introducing the Checkmk Relay. If your requirement is, I just want to collect data, that's all I need. I don't want to have maintenance, I don't want to have separate rules and so on. The Checkmk Relay is your choice. But, of course, now you see there's some space left. That also comes at a cost, and that's fewer features. And I put a question mark there because whether fewer features are an actual cost, again, it depends on your requirements. Because as long as it meets your requirement, you don't care about the other features that are not there. And it just means lower maintenance and less attack surface. So how does the relay work? And this slide you already saw. So assuming the situation, you have a Checkmk site and you have a separate network where the monitored hosts are. You can't monitor them directly. So what you do is you put a Checkmk relay into the network where the hosts are, and the relay will fetch the data from the host and will push it, encrypted of course, to the Checkmk site. So that means it's lightweight because there is not any monitoring logic in it. We really just fetch the data, push it to the site. It's encrypted via MTLS. It's maintenance-free because you configure it via the site and it will be automatically updated. And it's cloud-ready in the sense that it's outbound only. That's important for your cloud situation because the relay connects to the site and pushes the data, always that direction. Okay, now this is the one slide that I show you every year to show you that it's very complicated. So this is how it works. This is what we're dealing with. You're configuring something in the UI, setting up your rules and so on, and then you click on Activate Changes. The configuration will then be created and pushed to the agent receiver. The agent receiver is the one and only point of contact for the relay. The relay will always contact the agent receiver. So the config sits there, it waits, and then the relay pulls the configuration into the relay, where it will configure the schedulers and the fetchers. The scheduler will, on a regular basis, tell the fetchers to run. The fetcher will do what they do. They will fetch the data from the monitored host, either via HTTP API or SNMP. So all the SNMP libraries are in there, all the special agents are in there, soon the active checks will be in there as well. And then the response is pushed back to the agent receiver. The agent receiver forwards it to the monitoring core, and the monitoring core will do what it always does. So from the perspective of the monitoring core, that's not that new, because it now gets fetch results, and it forwards them to the checkers. The checkers compute their check result. The service states, they are stored in the monitoring core and can be accessed via UI. So that bit stays the same. We just moved a lot of the logic into the relay. And there's one, so that's what's happening during monitoring after you clicked Activate Changes. But there's one other important path. That is when the user interacts with the setup. For example, you want to do a discovery. Well, the relay needs to do something right now, not at some point when the scheduler thinks it's time. And this is why we have the ad hoc commands. That means a task is created, is sent to the agent receiver. Again, the relay will contact the agent receiver continuously. It will see the task, work on it, and send the response back to the UI. Okay, so that was quite some work to get all these components isolated and move them somewhere else and so on. And I realize it looks complicated, but the good news is you don't really have to care about any of this because it's really simple to deploy also at scale. That's the point, right? We made it an immutable OCI container, so you have almost zero host level dependencies because it's powered by Podman. And that means, well, that's your one dependency. You will have to install Podman. But then it runs daemonless. Podman is optimized for security. And we didn't stop there, but we used Podman Quadlets to make it a standard Linux service. So if you're familiar with how to administrate a systemd service, you're basically good to go because that's what you will get. A standard systemd service, nothing custom, nothing special. So let's take a look at how this looks in your site. You navigate to the setup, hosts, relays, and you click on Add a Relay, and you will see the by now probably familiar quick setup. And there's a couple of steps that I will take you through now. So you get this ready to copy and paste curl command. That's really to download the relay installation script. You give a name to the relay. Internally, the relay is identified by ID, not by that name. So that means changing the name later is very easy and not a big deal at all. It's a very simple operation. You can rename your relay at any point in time, but you do have to choose a name right now. And then you install Podman. Again, nothing special, just for your convenience. We put the command here that you can just copy and paste, but it's just your regular Podman installation. And then finally run the installation script, and you've already seen we now have a one-time token. So you generate the token, and you get, again, ready to copy and paste this single command that you need to run on the host where the relay is supposed to be installed. So let's quickly take a look at the host. These are the three commands, the curl commands at the top, the podman installation, and then finally at the bottom, the sudo bash install. And then the usual happens, the image gets pulled, the relay registered to the server, yada, 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 and you end up with your systemd service hopefully up and running. And at the bottom, again, you can see, like for convenience, commands, how to check the status of your relay. But again, that's just regular systemd service administration, nothing custom. And then heading back to the site, you should hopefully see that the relay is registered and saved successfully. And then you move on, and that's the last bit that is new. You create a host, and you can see here now alias monitored on site, and then you see monitored on relay, and there you can select one of your relays. And that's the last special thing you have to do, because after that is just your regular service discovery. You accept the services, and then you have your services in the monitoring. And from there on, everything should work exactly the same, whether relay or not relay. So that's the setup. That was quick. What about operating it? What about the updates? Well, we promised zero maintenance, so that's what happens. It updates itself. You don't have to do anything at all. I thought maybe you're interested anyway in how it works. So that's how it works. As I told you, the relay contacts the agent receiver continuously all of the time. And every time it does that, it compares its own version to the site version. And the rules are very simple, much simpler than in a distributed setup. The rule is the version must match, period. Because we are separating the checking and the fetching, there's really no room for any difference in the version. They must match. So what the relay does, if it sees the version doesn't match, it gracefully shuts down, because there's no point. But good news is it will write to a file what the expected version is, and systemd will intercept this shutdown, right? Systemd's job is to make sure this unit is running. So this relay shuts down, systemd will start it again. And what always happens if you start the relay is the latest image will be pulled and the right version will be started. So that means updating is as simple as shutting it down. So, and you don't have to do anything. Okay, so then it's running. What does it do? Well, it depends. For SNMP, it's very simple, because luckily everything SNMP, all the plugins are just running on the relay, period. For HTTP APIs, also known as special agents, it's slightly more complicated. These are the ones that we are currently supporting. I will not read them out. There's no fundamental reason why we can't support all of them. It's just a per agent effort. So these are the ones that we deemed most important. So those are the ones that we started with. And now, I and Martin already hinted at it, but it was just to make this clear, we can also look at this from a slightly different angle, because we have the Cloud Edition. So what's the significance of the relay for the Cloud Edition in particular? It fills the last missing piece, as you probably know. We have native push support for the agents for Linux and Windows and so on. But now with the relay, we can also push data from outside the site into the site. And in particular for the cloud scenario, of course, that's an important aspect. So to sum up, what is the relay? It's a lean, cost-effective, automated alternative to remote sites. What it's not? A replacement of remote sites, because it really depends on your requirement whether you want to choose the relay or whether you want to choose a remote site. Finally, what's next? We are currently covering SNMP devices and, as I said, special agents. And the next thing we are working on, colleagues are working on it right now, is supporting active checks and the ICMP host pings. And we don't only want to provide images for Red Hat and Ubuntu, but also for Slash, Debian, and Windows. And once that's done, we will turn to MKPs, so custom extensions, and how we can support them on the relay. That's a bit trickier, but we will tackle it. And also, we want to be able to connect not only to the central site, but also via remote sites and or via reverse proxy. And that concludes my talk, and I think I have some time for questions.
Thank you so much, Moritz. Heading into the questions, first one, I think it's partly already answered. Does Checkmk Relay support MKP extensions, including custom checks and plugins, like a standard Checkmk site?
Not yet. The problem is that, as often with Checkmk, we are very open in what we allow our customers to do in regards to what happens in this local directory, and that can lead to trouble. So if we knew for sure that in this local directory would be nothing but proper MKPs, then it would be that easy, but we're not. So, sorry.
Great answer.
We tried already.
So probably this is more for Martin. Will the Checkmk Relay also come to the Checkmk Pro version?
At the moment, this is not planned. Sorry.
Don't look at me.
Is how it is. Regarding the Checkmk Relay, are there any known host service limits in terms of numbers before a relay really does not make sense versus a remote site?
No. I mean, this is always tricky because testing these large environments is not trivial for us. It currently seems that the relay is very performant. Obviously, there will be some limit at some point somewhere. We don't know where it is, but I think really the question is not how large your environment is, but really what kind of features do you want to have. And I think that's where you should make your decision on whether to use a site or a relay.
You can also set the number of fetchers, I think, yeah?
Yes.
And so when you scale up the fetchers, then you can also monitor more there.
Next one up. Do relays support custom special agents?
Well, basically, this falls into the same answer as for MKPs. In theory, yes. In practice, it's dangerous. And currently, we are focusing on making it work properly and avoid danger.
Next one up. Does the relay only talk to the central site, or is it possible to use it with a remote site?
Yeah, so currently it can only be registered and then we'll be talking to the central site, but in the future we hope to extend this.
Can the relay do SNMP probes walks too?
I think the colleagues are working on it.
They're working
also, on it. I think I saw a proof of concept. So the point is that you don't need that for operation, but maybe for debugging, maybe your SNMP device is slow and you want to figure out why is it slow. And currently this is something when you turn to the command line. For the relay, the whole point is that maybe the one operating the Checkmk site doesn't even have access to that network area where the relay is running. So we are aware of that and we are trying to build a way how to properly address these questions from the site. And the reason why I know that we really, really want to get this done is that we are operating a SaaS product where we have exactly this scenario. We are operating the site. We don't have access to where the relay is running. We want to make everything work anyway.
Then next one. How many relays can be connected to a central site? Is there a limit?
There's no limit enforced, and I guess there will be the practical limit at some point, but I think probably more than you want to administer.
Next one up. Can I implement 2 relays to have some sort of manual failover?
It's currently not intended that way, and I think you will run into all sorts of trouble.
Okay, last question for this talk.
Sorry, but one interruption maybe. So the relay is entirely stateless. So if you have 2 relays registered and you can somehow make them to do the switch, it probably just works. but don't quote me on that.
I won't. Yeah. Last question for this.
Not like I'm recorded, am I?
Does the agent bakery also work over a relay host?
No.
Well, that's not the purpose, because the relay at the moment is focused on SNMP and the special agents, and not for normal agents, because normal agents have the push mode, and that's how you can manage them, or that monitoring part.
Thank you so much, Moritz.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Moritz, for such a great session, and thank you for answering those very easy questions. So now, we are in the second fireside chat of the day. And today, we are going behind the scenes with one of the most iconic game studios in the industry, Arkane Studios. And I'm here with Laurent Barbier, who is the IT infrastructure manager at Arkane. Laurent, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for inviting me.
Now, Laurent, most people, and especially the gamers in the room, will know Arkane from very famous games like Dishonored and Deathloop. Have to say I haven't played them myself, but I actually know the name, so it says something. But what this audience perhaps does not know about so much is how does IT operations look like for an international gaming studio like Arkane? So would you share with us a bit about IT at Arkane and specifically how your team is organized?
Yeah, sure. So Arkane is a company that is doing AAA video games. So we do games that we have production of 5 years. We have about 200 people working in Lyon, in France, and about 150 people working remotely as contractors all around the globe. And to support that, we are 5 guys working in the office. 2 of us are dedicated to the infrastructure. And we try to do everything ourselves. So storage, network, virtualization, everything.
Interesting. So that actually sounds like a very decent-sized operation with a very small team. 5, you said, right?
Yeah.
And can you give us actually some more insights into exactly what your team does at Arkane and when it comes to specifically IT monitoring?
Yeah. So let me first give you a view on how the studio works. We have very different departments. We have programmers, we have animators, environment artists, level artists, etc. Everybody has his own pipeline to work, but in the end, everybody push what they do into a versioning system that we call Perforce. Once someone submits something, we have a CI/CD system that we built ourselves that is going to process everything, so compile the game, make a package of it, verify that everything is running fine, etc. And to do so, we have a massive build farm of 150 machines that is processing all of this, either with CPU or with GPU, because we need to run the game, so we need a GPU to run that. So we need some stuff that are physical. And once all of this is done and that the build is verified, it needs to be pushed on our storage so that users can grab the build and verify everything is fine for the site. So we need to monitor all this to verify that everything is working as intended.
Got it, got it. So very large build farms, and it sounds like a lot of moving parts to me. So, of course, you are part of the Lyon studio, and Arkane is actually an international company. So there are all these studios all over the world that are pushing into these build farms, these systems that you mentioned. So how do you actually work across such a distributed setup, so many locations?
Yeah, so we are, Arkane is part of a bigger organization. We have studios around all the globe. We have 4 of them in Europe. And a long time ago, we decided that we would not support any more site-to-site tunnels because it was too complicated to support. So we moved into hubs. We have a few hubs around the globe, and we have one in Frankfurt because it was the most logical choice for us. So all those studios in EU are going to connect there. And this allows us to share the resources that we use daily so that we don't have to have the same stuff spin up all around the globe. It helps us save money and time also. And as we all work a bit on the same things everywhere, it allows us to not reinvent the wheel by redoing the same things all over again.
Right. So actually, that sounds like a very smart setup. And Laurent, you also mentioned during our prep call that you actually did not start your monitoring journey with Checkmk. You started with Nagios.
Yeah.
So how did you and when did you realize that what you were doing with Nagios was just not enough?
So back in time, when I arrived in Lyon at Arkane, there was no monitoring, and I was using Nagios in the previous company, so I decided to continue with Nagios. But as time was going on, I realized that Nagios, which was version 3 back in time, was not following the performances I was expecting for it to. It was too monolithic with its core. And I was looking for something more visual to represent our network and everything. So I discovered something called Nagviz, and there was a tutorial showing up of to integrate it with Checkmk. So I tried that, and it was just a drop-in replacement of Nagios at this time. And then there was the automatic discovery of everything. So suddenly I was having all those services that previously I was entering by hand that were just now automatically discovered. So I was discovering everything faster than before, and I was reclaiming time for myself or team to do something else.
Amazing. So, well, it sounds to me that you actually accidentally stumbled upon a magic solution to your problems. Now, one thing that really stuck with me is the fact that you mentioned auto-discovery and how it really showed you services that you would otherwise ignore. So could you tell us a bit more as to why that was a game changer for you?
Yeah, so previously we were discovering services manually, entering them. So we were, oh, I want this and I want that. So yeah, let's enter everything. But with Checkmk, we took a different approach because it was discovering everything by itself. So we decided to monitor everything because it's difficult to judge what you want to monitor and what you don't want. And maybe one day you will want this metric, but as you weren't monitoring it before, then suddenly you don't have history. So you better monitor everything, I think. And we discovered that a bit the hard way not really discovered because we had the metric and we were happy to have them. When we had an issue with a MongoDB server. The MongoDB server was running very slow. The users were complaining they weren't getting their resources fast enough. So we started to investigate. The IOPS on the server side were fine. So we were thinking initially that it was just the application having an issue. So we tried to dig into the issue, and the more we were digging, the more we were finding nothing. Until we realized, well, we have some metrics on the controller side. There is no IOPS, but well, there is this information about the CPU rising and spiking on the controller, so what's going on? And that's how we discovered that, in fact, some other devs were running some scrubbing on the file that is attached also to this controller. And they were looking at the metadata over and over and over to discover if there was a need to remove this data. And this was just killing the controller because there was no IOPS really on the disk, but there was on the metadata part. So we were happy to have Checkmk monitor this part because else we would have spent more time opening a ticket with the vendor and losing time in the end. So monitoring everything allows us to be more proactive and discover things and react before they have a real impact.
Right, right. Very interesting. Monitor everything. So that seems to be our motto of the day. Now, moving on to the team behind the scenes, Laurent, and specifically the team dynamics. There's something very interesting that you mentioned, and you mentioned that the relationship between your IT team and your developers is a bit of a cat and mouse game. So could you please share a bit about or a bit around what you exactly meant by that.
Yeah, so I think that IT and programmers or devs are a bit opposite. They don't work really the same way. IT is here to provide a solution that will last over time, that is stable and with good performances. While on the other side, devs want to iterate fast. They need their resources now, and they can't wait. So devs will often do something in their corner for their sprint and code something that works on their side, but as soon as you push that into production for 300 people, if you didn't provision the resources they are using correctly, it might just collapse, or they might just reuse a resource that you provided them, and that was not designed for that, and it might just also collapse. So you might have three solutions here. Either you over-provision everything that you provide them, or you wait for things to collapse, which might not be a good idea, in my opinion. Or you are proactive, and you see when issues are going to happen, and you go and see your devs and make them fix things or change the way they approach it. I really think this last option is the right one, because doing over-provisioning is not a good idea in today's world, where memory and storage is just skyrocketing.
Yeah, absolutely. Being proactive is the way to go, but sometimes it's not the easiest thing to do. But what is very interesting to me, Laurent, is that you mentioned that you're bringing your developers into your monitoring fold, and that you're actually monitoring together with them. And you mentioned that your developers weren't actually initially quite keen to do so, but you somehow convinced them, right? So how did you do that?
So I think that to use a tool, you have to show someone of what they can benefit from it. So that's what we did. We gave access to Checkmk to our tool team, to our developers, so that they can see the metrics they wanted and see when the problem was rising, etc. So there is no 100% adoption, of course. Some of them don't want to use it. Some of them, which we are working very closely, they do use it on a regular basis. And even some of them, they are coming back to us saying, hey, I want to monitor this metric. Can we do something? And yeah, of course we can. We are amazed sometimes by what they request and how we can access their request.
Very interesting. To be honest, to me, that sounds like a great success story. So, Laurent, we are coming almost to the end of the chat, so I really want to close with some practical advice for the audience. So for the IT experts in the room today, who are also running very lean teams like yourself, is there one advice that you'd share with them?
Yeah, if you are a small team, you might also work for bigger teams, I would say monitor everything, because the more you get, the more knowledge you will have on your infrastructure. Fine-tune your metrics and alerts so that you don't get too much noise, and then that you will never know if it's a false positive or not. And finally, take care of your alerts as soon as they arrive, because if you wait for them to have 30 of them, it will be too late. You will be overwhelmed.
Indeed. Great advice. And any advice for the developers in the room?
Yeah. Work with your IT teams, because the earliest you onboard them on your project and talk with them, the more you will benefit from it. Let them know what you want to do, and they will provide you a solution that fits perfectly. IT is not programmers, but sometimes they are very close to it.
Absolutely. Love it. Thank you so much, Laurent, for sharing your advice. I think we still have a few more minutes, so we do have some time to get some questions from the audience. So I will now bring up my app to read the questions to you, Laurent. Let me quickly refresh. Let's see if we have any. We don't seem to have any live questions. Is that me, or is that really the case? Perfect. I mean, seems like
that's fine.
We do not have any questions for you, Laurent, which is fantastic. So thank you so much, Laurent. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Big round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up is a hopefully highly relevant talk for all of you, because we will go into new infrastructure monitoring capabilities with Checkmk. Yeah? And for that, we have Saleh and David. Both of them joined around 3 years ago, and you know, we have people like Moritz who come here every year on stage, and they are like super confident when they come on stage. And for me, it's quite. I'm super happy if I see people who come to Checkmk, and then this is the first time they talk on a stage like that. Because here, I think we are almost 500 people here in the room. This is always a challenge, yeah? And I think let's welcome them very warmly on the stage, because it's the first time they will give a talk about monitoring at scale with Checkmk.
Wow. Hi, everyone. Welcome from my side as well to Checkmk Conference 12. So when we consider full-stack observability, we have infrastructure, application, synthetic monitoring. We already saw how Checkmk handles applications with the OTel collector and scraping Prometheus endpoints. But for the next 30 minutes, we're going to look at the foundation that everything sits on. Infrastructure monitoring, Checkmk 2.5. And our goal here hasn't changed. Whatever your IT is going, whatever it looks like tomorrow, you should be able to monitor it with Checkmk. So, what shaped the 2.5 roadmap? So, one word, scale. Your environments are growing, your workloads are getting heavier. And to solve that, you have really two good ways. One way is virtualization, so things like Proxmox, Nutanix, Hyper-V. On the other side, you have the cloud. And I think for a lot of you out there, it's probably a combination of both. And that gave us our focus. First, virtualization and containers. We already know price increase, VMware. We're looking for other solutions to move our workloads. For example, open source cloud going to Proxmox, more enterprise cloud on the side of Hyper-V. We also see a similar shift in the container arena, where we see more and more demand for Podman driven by teams that are looking to run their workloads more securely with rootless Podman. Okay. The second is cloud. Hybrid IT, we know, is a reality, and we see now, actually, many of you are monitoring almost 90% of your workload is on the cloud. And cloud monitoring remains to be an important topic for Checkmk. We had to start somewhere. And what really made sense, also from the feedback from you, interviews, number of support tickets, we had to start with Azure. But here's what makes this different. We didn't just refresh the integration. We really rebuilt this from the ground up. Why? The Azure architecture is complex, and we wanted to make sure that you can monitor it with the scale that you need. And this not just for Azure. So along the way, we really built this so that we have a framework or a blueprint for also future-proof, scalable monitoring across the board. So same foundation will be applied also to more cloud monitoring in the future. Now let's get into it. Part one, virtualization and container monitoring. Excellent out-of-the-box virtualization and container monitoring. Proxmox, Hyper-V, and Podman. But first, we talked about our goal of having excellent out-of-the-box monitoring. What does that mean? So a few simple things. First off, it has to be simple to set up, also at scale. So 10 subscriptions or 100, it needs to be easy, it needs to feel the same. Next, these kind of things like virtualization, where you have, for example, the node, and you have VMs running on it, containers, you also have containers running on a node, you have to have monitoring at every layer to have the full picture. And of course, if you have something like this at large scale, you need to be able to connect the dots. So labels, so that you can slice your environment the way you want, and inventory, so that you have the full context right in the monitoring where you need it. And finally, it needs to work out of the box. So immediately when you set it up, you get the alerts right away, and you can start to monitor the most important problems from the start. Now we start with Proxmox. And here, we look at the node, and then the VM. So on the node, we have 7 new checks, grouped into 2 buckets, capacity and cluster resilience. Let's go with capacity. So you get now new servers for CPU allocation and memory allocation, which gives you actually the overcommit ratio, so how much the hypervisor has promised versus how much it actually sees. And now you also get a service for each configured storage type. This gives you the type, the use space, and also over-provisioning, so you can make sure that you are in the right range before the writes start failing. The result is that you actually get more signals than what the Proxmox UI itself provides. Cluster resilience next. And here, you have a replication check. It tells you if replication is actually flowing. So we get the status of the last job, and of course, an alert on any errors. For CoroSync, you also get alerts on the latency of communication between nodes. And for the HA Manager Watcher, this is to make sure that the failover machinery is actually healthy. So you actually get the manager status, the quorum, and the state of the individually managed VMs. And finally, you get out-of-the-box process rules to measure the essential Proxmox processes, to make sure that a failure in the management plane doesn't catch you off guard. So HA, PVE, HA, LRM, PVE proxy, PVE daemon, all of that without having to do anything. And the result is a real operational picture of your entire cluster. OK, now for the VM. Here, what we wanted to do is to give you a full picture of the VM without having to install the agent, or before having to install the agent. So for performance, you already in 2.4 could get memory, but now you have the full picture with CPU, disk throughput, network throughput. We also made some small enhancements to the existing services. So for snapshots, you don't just get the oldest snapshot, you also get the last one. And for the state, you can also get alert if your VM has entered into a config log. So that's what it looks like. Actually, when you're ready, you can put the agent, you get a lot more, but this is what you get from the start. And I think it really gives you all the essentials. One important piece, of course, is that you now get labels out of the box so that you can slice your environment by cluster, and you can navigate actually into the cluster, see all the objects, look into a specific node, go back to that cluster, see only the VMs in that cluster, and so on. And here's the best part about Proxmox monitoring. So we worked very closely with our partners Inet on this one. Code contribution and also sharing. Absolutely, yes, definitely. Thank you very much. Code contribution, sharing ideas, concepts, also testing. And keep in mind, these guys, they are Proxmox experts. So when you use this, you're really going to feel this baked into the monitoring. So try it out. OK, next up, Hyper-V. Here, our goal was to give you another perspective or another lens on your VMs. The agent already gives you all operational metrics. But at enterprise scale, this is not the only questions to answer. For enterprises, compliance with policies and standards isn't optional. It's what makes your infrastructure predictable and reliable. So, is it on the right Hyper-V generation? Are the integration services healthy? Is it on the approved virtual switch? Are there any stale checkpoints? Thousands of VMs, dozens of config on each one. Manual checks don't scale. That's why, with the new agent plugin, you get every VM fully described. You get summary service, gives you the Hyper-V generation. You get the status of the integration services. You can get alerts on that. You get a service for each network interface card, along with the reserved bandwidth. For RAM, you get the configured RAM and the demand on each VM. And for disk, you get the type, the max disk size for each disk, and finally, on the checkpoints, you get the count, as well as the last and the latest checkpoints. And there is much more. So first off, this is the source of how we got the plugins in place. And big clap for Andreas. Thank you very much for the contribution here. Just one of many contributions here, so thank you very much. And so you know where to find it if you want to get more on Hyper-V monitoring. OK, so we cover Proxmox Hyper-V. Next up, Podman. Very quickly, snapshot from the ideas portal. If you're following, this is number 9, top voted. So congratulations, Podman is now here. We're going to look at the host and then the container. On the host, we try to give you the full picture with container count, and the same for pods. So you get the status count for running, created, paused, and so on. And you also get disk usage broken down by containers, images, and volumes. So you know exactly where your storage is going. On the container side, you get all the essentials. So CPU, memory, disk I/O, uptime, and you also get alerts on the status of the health check results, and you also get restart count and rate. Looks kind of familiar to Docker as well, but you also get labels so that you can, for example, find all containers owned by a specific user, or you can also filter by image or version, as well as the node that the container runs on and the pod. On top, there's also inventory, so you can get full metadata that you can embed in views and have the full context right in the monitoring. Now for the best part. So when we wanted to build this, we wanted to make sure that it actually matches the way you run Podman in production. So first part, we have auto-detect mode. If you use sockets, you can just set this up. It's going to find the root socket and all the user sockets automatically. Nothing for you to do. But we know that for some people, they don't want to expose any sockets, for example, for security reasons. Therefore, we also have socketless mode, which pulls all the metrics through the Podman CLI. And one small detail, with Podman, you can also choose for the piggyback container names that to have the node name prefixed into the host name, and so that you don't have to guess on which node this container runs. And a small side note, in Checkmk 2.5, you also get that out of the box for Docker. OK, and that was it for part 1, Proxmox, Hyper-V, and Podman. And next, we're going to walk you through what we have for Azure. And for that, please welcome my colleague, David.
Thank you, Saleh. And hello, everyone, also from my side. So we have been talking about scale and scalability, and I want to stay on this topic, talking to you about cloud monitoring at scale. Specifically today about Azure monitoring. Azure environments don't stay small. Companies grow, teams grow, projects multiply, and Checkmk wants to stay on your side in this situation. So I will show you today how to monitor big Azure environment in Checkmk 2.5. First of all, I want to make sure we are all on the same page regarding the Azure hierarchy, and this is a typical Azure hierarchy. We have on top the tenant. The tenant represents your company, your division. Anyway, usually companies have a very low number of tenants. We have inside the tenant, we have subscriptions. You may think of the subscription at like the billing entity and the resource management entity under the tenant. And here is where things start to vary a lot. Small company may have 1, 2, 3 tenant subscriptions. Mid-sized company may have a dozen, but big company may reach hundreds of subscriptions. Inside subscriptions, we have resource group, logical container of resources, and then finally the resources. So what you actually want to monitor inside an Azure setup. The resources are virtual machines, websites, databases, whatever. This is the world we are trying to monitor. Keep this picture in mind because we will refer to this during the talk. Then, to understand what we achieved in Checkmk 2.5, it's important to know how things used to be in Checkmk 2.4, because, as you may know, we are already monitoring Azure. The original Azure monitoring was easy to configure. It came with reliable check plugins for the main common resource types. It was OK, but for small and medium Azure environment. The problem is that Azure environments don't stay small, they scale. In fact, this is actually what a typical Azure tenant looks like. We may reach 50 plus or even 100 subscriptions, each of these with thousands of resources spread across multiple regions, but most importantly, everything is continuously created. And the original agent, one API call at a time, couldn't keep the pace. We decided to structure our work in 3 main areas. So we worked on how to set things up for Azure monitoring. We worked on improving the performance, and we re-elaborate the monitoring structure. We will look at these 3 one at a time. This is Checkmk 2.4, and this is the original Azure rule, or better, the quick setup. We may already see that we have the subscription ID form. This means 1 rule per subscription. 20 subscriptions meant 20 rules, 100 subscriptions meant 20 rules. It's already a significant upfront investment right at the beginning, only for setting up the rule. And most importantly, if you, after setting the rule, you create a new subscription in Azure, or a new subscription gets spun up, you may need to come back to the rule, modify an existing rule, or create a new rule. In Checkmk 2.5, this is history. You will have 1 configuration, and that's it. We wanted to make it a quick setup, a real quick setup. So you may have 1 subscription in your tenant, or hundreds of subscriptions, and 1 rule can monitor all of them. This is the screenshot from 2.5, the quick setup. And we already see the drop-down menu. You can choose to monitor no subscriptions if you are only interested in tenant-level services. You can list exactly the subscriptions you want to monitor inside the tenant, but you can also decide to monitor all subscriptions inside your tenant. Or if you are already using tags inside Azure to tag subscriptions, you may want to already use them inside the rule and only monitor the tags matching. And most importantly, again, if a new subscription is created inside your tenant, it's already picked up by your Checkmk site, and it's monitored right away, with no need for you to act on the rule. Then we made it super easy to create this rule, but now the special agent must query all these subscriptions, all these resources. So we reworked the special agent from the ground up, and the key change here is concurrency. So instead of waiting between 1 API call and the other, we have filled this time waiting to query other API. The result is, on the right, is a screenshot from a real use case, a real customer scenario. We have improved here the performance by 50–60%. And OK, obviously, the majority of the time is still waiting for the API to come back with data. So less resource usage on your Checkmk site, faster result, and it stays fast if your environment scales. Back to the hierarchy again, because I want to do, again, a comparison with 2.4. I've now added metrics here. I've added metric, but you can think about whatever you think it's important to monitor for the specific subscription. And it's a lot of data, because you may want to monitor a lot of metrics, a lot of data for 1 single resource. The problem with your structure was this one. We had 1 host per resource group, And inside that host, we had a flat list of metrics representing of services representing a metric or the resource, and also multiple resources inside that resource group. This was functional, but it lacked intuitiveness. And intuitiveness at scale becomes important. And that's what we set out to fix in Checkmk 2.5, where the Azure hierarchy maps directly to the Checkmk monitoring logic. So you will have one host per object you want to monitor, one host per subscription, and one host for each resource you want to monitor. Metadata also comes with your host. So we pull from Azure all important metadata. They become labels, inventory data, tags. This context travels with the host inside your site. With this metadata, you can filter, search, or organize inside the beautiful dashboards we have seen. I also have a small demo. In this demo, you will see that you can now basically flow between dashboards because Checkmk 2.5 comes with some pre-built-in dashboards for Azure. So here we have a site, a normal site, and inside dashboards and cloud, we can start from Azure overview, and here we have the overview of your Azure setup with the list of your subscriptions, the list of services with issues. From here, you can drill down directly into a subscription dashboard with services and hosts related to that specific subscriptions. And again, we can now click from here and drill down again inside the resource group dashboard with the granularity required at this level. On top of that, we expanded actually what you can monitor. So if you are monitoring or using, Redis Cache, Cosmos DB, NAT Gateway, and Azure Firewall in Azure, you can monitor these resources right away with Checkmk 2.5 from today. So, as I said at the beginning, we worked on how you can now set things up for Azure. We work on the performances and on the monitoring structure. We had a goal in mind for Checkmk 2.5, and it was making Azure monitoring easy to set up, faster to run, and simple to operate at enterprise scale, and this is what we deliver today with Checkmk 2.5. Thank you. Saleh. Back to you.
Thank you, David. So one last thing, just to put it all together, we saw how, for virtualization, you got really fantastic monitoring for Proxmox. Hyper-V, you get now a new perspective on your VM and an MKP for a lot more if you need it. On the cloud side, what can I tell you? It's really most up-to-date, state-of-the-art monitoring for Azure. All your subscriptions ready in minutes. And also, really easy to set up, super good performance. But what's next? There's two things I want to say. First thing, please, if you haven't already, update 2.5, try it out. Give us your feedback. If you already have feedback, you know where to find us at the booth. The second thing is for cloud monitoring. We talked about Azure. Azure is only the blueprint now. It's just the start, but more on cloud monitoring on Checkmk in the future. In the meantime, leave you with our promise. Whatever your infrastructure looks like tomorrow, wherever you're going, you should be able to monitor with Checkmk at scale. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saleh and David. Heading into the questions, first one up. With the Proxmox integration, will Checkmk tell us not only how the underlying server is doing, but also tell us how each VM is using system resources?
So right now, what you get from the special agent are the essential services on the VMs. But you also see on the hypervisor side how much it's promised. But to get how much the VM is consuming, it can be a little bit tricky, for example, for storage. So on that side, we don't provide. And also on the overcommit, from the hypervisor point of view, you can see the promise. How much is consumed is a little bit more tricky.
Okay. Then again, a commercial question. Which of these features are for Pro and which are for Ultimate Edition?
For which? Sorry?
Pro in the Ultimate.
I guess Proxmox, any of the features that you decided, which is for the Pro Edition and which is for the Ultimate Edition?
So everything we've seen for virtualization, that's actually for all editions. And for Azure, of course, this is available, but the dashboards that come out of the box, they are targeted for cloud monitoring solutions. So for there, we go on Checkmk, Ultimate, and Cloud.
Thank you so much. What is planned for other cloud providers like AWS and GCP?
For this, I would say let's look at the roadmap presentation. It's coming up very soon.
Coming up next, basically. Does it make sense to monitor Windows virtual machine via agent if the new Hyper-V plugin does the monitoring pretty deep?
So it is an agent plugin, actually.
So it's basically already an agent. Does this podman monitoring can be used to monitor the Checkmk relay? Interesting question.
I would need to divert that one. But I would believe that this is true because we saw that all the special agents are packaged and can communicate with the relay.
I would also say
you can just install on the host where the relay runs the podman plugin, and then it monitors everything. So just install the plugin on the host, and then you get it.
Next one up. Is there an agent only for the hosts / clusters for Hyper-V?
Can you repeat the question?
Is there an agent only for the hosts / clusters on Hyper-V?
So right now, the agent runs on the host system. And
on the host, okay. And what about connecting to System Center Virtual Manager, where all the clusters are managed?
Right now, I don't have the answer to that one.
Okay, let's clear that up maybe in the break.
Can you find us in the integration interchange booth there? We can discuss more.
Next one up. What is the roadmap for Docker and Podman? Will there always be a simultaneous development, or should we change to Podman?
A simultaneous?
I guess, like, is there always, like, the Podman and the Docker, do they all have the same feature set always?
So, like, feature compatibility between Docker and Podman is not the goal, but because they work very similarly, there's a lot of synergy between both. In terms of what is planned, we have some ideas actually where we want to improve there and where we want to optimize. And more feedback from you is important also, especially with using the new Podman piece.
Is the Azure Check available for Pro version in 2.5?
The Azure Special Agent is available. However, there is one specific piece which is regarding the new checks, where they are actually only available for Ultimate and Cloud. Besides Firewall is in all editions.
Is it possible to monitor customer tenant? Because on the presentation you only talked about one tenant.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you can configure one rule with the specific tenant, and you can monitor. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, next one, interesting. What is the migration path from 2.4 to 2.5 Azure monitoring?
I take that.
Sure.
There is no real migration path. I mean, the 2.4 version will be deprecated. This is the idea, and yeah, you should start monitoring with 2.5, and we are super happy to.
I think what is important is the host names have changed. There are new hosts. Yeah? So the entire structure of how we monitor has changed. And with that, you know, in Checkmk, hosts and servers are a static thing. You cannot just migrate things over. That's why we decided it's a hard cut. Yeah? Because we believe the new thing is something future-proof. When we built the Azure monitoring beginning 2018, I think, since then a lot of things have changed. We have learned a lot, and we decided we need a clean cut. And the consequences, of course, there is no real migration because we really had to go into the essence to change the hosts and services. And for that, there is no real migration. Yeah.
Next one. What are the plans to onboard other vendors like Red Hat's OVE product?
Take that one. The audio's not there.
What are the plans to onboard other vendors like Red Hat's OVE product?
Okay, I think I know what it is meant. So for us, every new thing, like every provider, like for example also Oracle Cloud, it's a complete new project. Yeah? We have to look at the API and then start building against that API. And that I think is the main challenge for us. Every time we do it, it has to be built entirely. And the next thing which we planned after redoing now Azure is AWS. And after that, let's see. It depends how fast you work. Yeah?
I will go back to
Then probably a similar question. Will there be a monitoring for express route?
So right now, out of the box, express routes is not available. It's something we hear quite often as feedback. This is something that we want to monitor, so let's see.
Okay, last question for this talk. How does authorization work for Azure monitoring? Is it based on a service principle, Azure role-based, or combination of both?
Yeah, it's based on the service. Yeah, it's based on the service principle. I don't remember the exact name for the Microsoft uses, but yeah, and in fact is on the tenant level. You can configure that on the tenant level, and you can monitor every single subscription inside. I think that's the.
Then thank you so much, Saleh and David, for the great talk.
Thank you.
Last year at the Checkmk Partner Day, and the Partner Day is where all our partners come to us, and where we present what we are planning to build next. We also showed the Proxmox monitoring already back then. And some of you might know that I actually like to hang out at the bar in the evening. And then one of the partners, Torben, he came to me, and after many, many beers, he said, can we do a talk at the conference because we want to make this Proxmox thing into something even nicer? And I said, yeah, if you make it open source, then we can talk about it, yeah? And you need to make it shiny, yeah? You need to make it very pretty. And so they fulfilled that promise, and they built something on top of what we now have offered in 2.5. And for that, let's welcome Andreas Decker, who will present that.
Thank you. I think, even though it doesn't always feel like it, the world today is probably a better one than the so-called good old days. But if you're a human, and I guess nowadays I shouldn't assume, so maybe if you raise a hand with less than 6 fingers on it, that might be a good indication. Yeah, I see some humans in the crowd. Can't speak for the live stream. But if you're a human, you probably have some specific nostalgia for this thing or that thing. And some of the features introduced in 2.4 got us a little nostalgic and got that conversation going that Martin just mentioned. And so I want to ask you, do you remember the good old days when, well, a wizard did things for you? Now, some of you may recognize this wizard. This is my colleague Fabian. If you've been around in Checkmk for a while, he's a consultant of over 10 years, so you probably have seen the name somewhere. But even if you haven't, you've probably seen his name in the leaderboards today on the Venti app. And I just want to bring him in early here because this is primarily his work. He built this. I just get to steal the laurels here on stage. So let's have a quick talk about where Fabian and I work. We work at comNET, We've been around since '91, as long as I've been. We're based in Hanover, but we also have offices around Germany to support different customers in different locations. And we've been a Checkmk partner since it was a thing, 2014. It's interesting, I saw at some point, I think someone said 2013, so definitely since it's been a thing. And yeah, at the gold partner level, although, yeah, Fabian's right, something's wrong. As of recently, we've added the platinum level, so now obviously we're a platinum partner of Checkmk. And we want to talk a little bit about your Proxmox scenario because we're also a Proxmox partner. And so we do encounter a lot of customer stories where people are switching over to Proxmox right now. And I think all of you know the reason. You may have experienced a sharp rise in costs from your current hypervisor provider, and you found yourself in a situation where you were looking for a different licensing model. Which means, your license might be running out, and a lot of things have to be migrated fairly quickly. You are making a lot of new learnings. Maybe you have a good partner helping you out, but nevertheless, you have to kind of find your way into this new technology. There's probably some time pressure pushing you forward, and you're really fixing things as you go, as you're implementing them. Finally, and that's kind of the worst part, you're migrating important services, and you may be missing things that are broken because you're not setting things up the best possible way. Luckily, you have us, and we're happy to help you out with some open source magic, as it were. So, you need to see several things. It's kind of nice that Saleh and David had the talk right beforehand. It's not entirely a coincidence. So you know a lot of the stuff you can see now with the new checks that we have for Proxmox. So your chorus-sync latencies, of course, you want to have an eye on that. You want to see kind of your resource allocation and how many resources you're promising, how many are being used. You want to know your high availability status. Is your quorum okay? Do you have enough nodes to manage everything you're running? And of course, you want to have some idea of their replication status and some general node information, even maybe subscription status when you have your enterprise license. Last and certainly not least, storage. Now that it's possible to get this more detailed view, it's very nice to also have that at a glance in your monitoring. Now, that's a lot of stuff, but luckily it's not a big problem because, yeah, you use Checkmk, right? Checkmk is great at that. It finds all of the stuff you kind of need. You set it up initially, and you have a great overview of your situation in your monitoring. However, there are some points that you can kind of trip up in, especially if you are not familiar with Proxmox yet, and maybe Checkmk for you, it's just one of those tools that you use in your whole IT stack. You need it, you need good monitoring, but it's maybe not even your day-to-day business. And as a result, you may run into some problems. So you do some research, you start setting up your Proxmox monitoring, you make yourself a special agent rule, you're clicking through it, and then you see, okay, I have to make an API user. How do I do that? So you go on a little web search, you find a very good blog article from Checkmk on this, which gives you some insight into what you have to do. You get all of that set up, and then you want to finish your special agent rule, and you realize it's a special agent, I needed a host for that, so okay, I'm going to go do that, and then I'm going to go back and start over, basically. All right. So I go on, I've set up that rule, now I want to have hosts created for my VMs, and as a result, yeah, DCD is great, but once again, you're filling out your rule, there's a lot of stuff you can configure, and you might realize a little too late, you forgot to set up a folder, something trivial, which kind of sets you back, or even you're just not sure what to pick at this point. Then do you start over, maybe you get yourself some help, because in the end, even if you do manage to get everything sort of running, can you be sure that you have a good baseline that you're working with best practice at this point? And we wanted to make that easier. And as a result, we built a quick setup extension with a wizard. So a guided setup that helps you make sure that you can get everything going in a good way. We had some design goals for this. Basically, they derive from the problems I've mentioned. We wanted to make sure that it's monitoring according to best practices. We wanted to make sure that you have some helpful assistance along the way. And we wanted to make the magic behind the scenes that wizards like Fabian can do transparent to you and accessible. We also wanted to make sure that after you've set up this configuration, it's easy to manage, because it's no good to you to have a configuration and then you can't tweak it or really change anything about it because you haven't understood it. And finally, we want to make sure you're not making costly mistakes while you have a bunch of other things to juggle. This should be easy and straightforward to get going, and then as you build, you can expand on it. Now, if you do a little research on setup wizards, which I did, you'll find that they do have some drawbacks, and they're a little controversial. One of them is that they can be deceptively simple. So you're just clicking next, 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 and in the end, you've done something, but maybe something complicated is happening, and if you don't understand what's happening, that's not good. They can lack context. Maybe they're not even telling you what they're doing in the background or why they're doing it. You may have to make a choice between two things. You don't know why. You don't know what it will mean down the road. And you may not really be learning anything about what you're doing in the process of that. Finally, again, best practice. Is the result in the end good? So we wanted to make sure that you have structured, directed assistance along the way. We wanted to make sure that there's some context that gives you some idea of what's happening and why you might need it. A little feedback. We wanted to make sure that you understand what you've configured. Checkmk makes this easy with the quick setup toolkit kind of, you'll see later on, that you have a nice overview of everything. And we wanted to make sure that you're monitoring according to best practices, at least for this initial step. So let's check out the quick setup and dive on in here. Now, this is the default setup. We'll show more on. As you can see, there's a lot of options. But once you've installed the extension, and maybe you have to do a little F5 to get the sidebar and everything to update, you should find Proxmox VE down here under your quick setup section now. We're going to hop on in there. At this point, you'll find this page, Proxmox logo, big green button with large friendly letters saying don't panic, or add configuration, as it were. And you can basically jump right in and start setting up your Proxmox monitoring. So let's do that. We'll just click Add Configuration. And we are greeted with some pre-filled fields, which make it easy for us to get going. But as I mentioned earlier, maybe you're starting to do something, you realize you're missing something. And here, quick setups allow us to use a nice new feature in Checkmk, or relatively new, and that's the slide out. So in this case, I'm going to say I don't want to put all my hosts into the main folder. I want to have a special folder for my Proxmox environment. Maybe I'll do more with that later, but for now, I'm going to say create new. We get a nice little slide out. We'll be pragmatic about the name. You may have your own naming scheme, but I'm just going to call it Proxmox. We can also choose a parent folder, make sure it's in the right place. All right, so far so good. We've already generated our first change to activate. We won't be doing that in the middle of this because we want to see at the end everything that we've changed. But as you go, you can kind of activate now. All right, so we'll click to the next step. And now we have some text here. I know it's small. I know I don't want you to be reading this. But I know, a lot of humans we saw earlier, and you're probably squinting back there trying to read it anyway, so I'll enhance that for you. You probably recognize these points from that blog article I mentioned earlier. It's basically a summary of the important steps you have to do in Proxmox to make sure that your special agent can talk to Proxmox and get the data that you need to get your monitoring going. So you kind of have at a glance, a little checklist, 3 steps. You set up your user with the proper authentication. You give it the proper role that you need, and then you enter the credentials. Now, you see here I use the explicit password. I think this is something maybe not everyone has on their mind either in this quick setup step. It's not a problem. If we forgot to set up a password in our password vault earlier, this will actually be done for us as we continue in the process, which is quite nice. All right, so I've put in my user here. I didn't call it the default. Maybe just make it clear that it doesn't have to be called Checkmk PVE. And I've put in my password, and I'm going to go jump on in. And now we get to see another nice little feature here, and that is the test of, let me see. I think that didn't quite work. You want to swap? All right, well, it's very quick, but you see, what will actually happen in this step is that it will initially test your configuration to make sure that things are working up until now. Can I even authenticate against Proxmox in the place that I put in the end? We see here that we have an error now, that it said it couldn't reach Proxmox here. Now that's, if you've used Checkmk for a while, it's obvious. It's trying to use this as a DNS. It's not resolvable, and we need to fix that. So luckily, we're in the quick setup. We don't have to leave. We don't have to change anything. We have all our work saved. We're going to go in and look at the advanced options, and we're going to expand those. And here we see we have some very useful little things. I'm going to jump in here. I'm going to say, OK, I have a special IP address for it. And because I'm anticipating it right now, I'm just going to go straight ahead and say, ignore SSL certificate verification. We'll deal with that another day. I want to get things in my monitoring. So far, so good. Now we can review and run connection tests. I'll spare you another video. We come to the final step of the setup already. We've basically put in our authentication information. We've told it how to connect. We've made sure this step works. And now we have another step where we can test the whole configuration and see if we even get data from the Proxmox that we now can query. And presumably, I see here it's actually executing the special agent at this point to make sure that everything's working and that it's getting all the data that it needs. So if there's any problem, we'll see it in this step as well. But if everything's gone well and you can reach your Proxmox, your authentication, which was checked before, is working, you should now be getting information via the Proxmox API. And as you can see, it's finding Proxmox services, and it says everything's good to go. You can save and activate. All right. So we're going to go save and activate, which will take us to, this view. I use the old view because I think it's just we can see everything nicely here. We have 8 changes, and we see exactly what they are. So not all of them may be immediately apparent to us while we're doing the steps, but we want to make sure that there's no activating happening between. You see everything that you're doing. And we see here that basically we created several rules. We created a password in the password safe, as I promised. And we basically have our entire configuration already, which we can activate. And then I think we'll have a look at how you would manage this in the future. So let's have a look. When I go back now to the Proxmox V quick setup, I will no longer have the big button with the calming letters, but I will have my configuration. And if I go and click in here to edit that configuration, I will find everything that was set up for me in one place, which is really nice. So I have my special agent rule. I have the host configuration, which it's bound to. We have our dynamic host configuration for the DCD, and the password we created incidentally while using an explicit password. It's nice. We can recycle this later. It's bound in this configuration now. So here we have a look. Special agent, no big surprises here. It's our username and password. You see down here we also have the special parameters, the advanced parameters we put in, everything as we set it up in the quick setup. Looks the same too, which is nice. Go back, recognize it. Shouldn't be any surprises. Moving on to the host, we see here there's some base configuration set up here. For now, it's set up to use an API integration because that's what the Proxmox special agent is. But as you can see, you could also go in here now and change it if you're, for example, installing an agent, because you also additionally want to have an agent running on the host to give you more monitoring information. If we jump on over to the dynamic host configuration, we see too that here we have some sensible defaults picked out for us. It uses our folder that we set up earlier, so it's going to be creating hosts in there. And you see that there's just some basic configuration for these that we can work with going forward. Once again, as we go and maybe we expand on things, we might want to change things here, but it gets us going and we know we have our piggybacked information mapped to VM hosts being created in the location that we chose. Finally, I think it's worth mentioning again, the password that we have in our password safe is now in this location. We can see now in monitoring already that we are getting a bunch of data. This is the node. Right now, there's not super much to see here. This is obviously a little test setup. So there's not, we don't have multiple nodes talking to each other. We don't have syncing between them. But nevertheless, you see already we have some storage checks here. We have our node info. We have everything you kind of expect to see on the node in a very basic single node configuration at this point. And we see also here that we have one of the VMs. We see our first problem, maybe we should be looking at setting up backups if we're in the middle of setting things up. We also, of course, made some dashboards. The sparkles are for Martin. He wanted something shiny. And, because we want to make sure that you can also see things at a glance and start using these dashboards in your day-to-day. So here we have a node dashboard. You see your nodes. You see some overview of your storage. And you see also I started and stopped some VMs for you, so you have a little bit of a squiggly line, not just a flat line. And yeah, it's very useful. I was uploading an image, and I was seeing that I didn't have enough storage space as it was going, so I had to actually go back and use a different VM. Here we have the VM dashboard. Should look fairly familiar, right? These are basically a bunch of hosts right now. They don't have an agent on them, but we get all the information here at a glance as well, also graphed together, so that we also have a nice at-a-glance view of their situation. Let's talk about what's missing, and I want to be very clear here. We are thinking and dreaming at this point, but obviously there's things that would be nice to have. I was talking about having the agent on there in addition. So what we want to be working on, though no promises, is some automatic agent deployment. Someone asked a question earlier already that was going in that direction. I think maybe there's some promising stuff with the API in the future. And maybe we'll be looking at using Ansible for that, but maybe there's different approaches for that. And also, really nice to have, we have to see that it works for most setups, maybe something like an agent updater. However, let us cook. We'll get back to you on that. All right, finally, as promised, this is an open source extension. You can have a look at it, you can download it, you can change it. And we're happy for you to make contributions back. If you follow this, you'll come to our Exchange page. We always link the GitHub page there, and you can see all the repositories. All right. In that case, I guess it's just time for questions.
Thank you so much, Andreas. It's always great to see the effort you guys are putting in. So first one up, is this planned to be mainlined?
At this point, there's no plan in that direction. This is a plugin we've made. We made it open source. I guess we'll see how adoption goes, and we're always talking to Checkmk. But
thank you. Next one. Does the DCD work with labels set on Proxmox?
It should basically, I believe with the new functionality, it should add labels. Unless I get a head shake from the wizard. Yeah, there's a nod.
Next one. Maybe use Cloud Init to deploy agent iProxmox.
I think it's a good thought. Yeah, there's multiple approaches. Cloud Init is a good Proxmox way of doing it. Like I said, we kind of want to look because we would like it to be good for most use cases, so that would be an argument for that. But we also feel that Ansible gives you a lot of flexibility. But we are open at this point and thinking about it. We haven't written any code in that direction.
Okay, then the last question. Can the DCD config use a different folder than the one the PVE host is placed?
I think that's a very good question. At this point, no. I mean, you could move the host afterwards where you have your Proxmox on, so you just use that folder for your DCD. But right now, as it were, it was one of those things where if you add a decision at that point and you're just trying to streamline things, it was a trade-off. But if we get a lot of feedback that that's what people want, I think that's something we can probably look at, making that possible in that step.
Then, thank you again, Andreas, for the talk, the contribution.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
So good to be back here. Just one more fireside chat between you and the next coffee break. So I'm looking forward to talking to my next guest and make this as engaging as possible. Most of you in this room are probably responsible for managing one company's infrastructure or monitoring one company's infrastructure. Now, imagine being responsible for 15 of them each one different, each one with its own rules about who gets to see what, each one expecting that you know their environment just as well as you know the next and as you know your own. That's the world my next guest lives in. Erik Schippers is an IT consultant at Netflex, a famous streaming service. Wait, sorry, that was a little bit of a mix-up. An MSP provider who manages customers from a very wide range, all the way from software companies to healthcare companies. In the next 10 minutes, I'm looking forward to discovering the work we do with your customers. Erik, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
And welcome to the conference.
Yes, thank you.
So, as we heard, you're an IT consultant at Netflix, an MSP provider. Can you give the audience a quick overview of what Netflix does for its customers and what you do there?
Yes, so regarding to using the product of Checkmk, of course, we have basically 3 levels of engagement. The first one is we have fully managed customers that we monitor as well. And the second one is the companies that have their own IT department, and we monitor their environment as a service, and we tell them if something goes wrong, and they also have their own dashboards. And the third level of engagement for us is the customers who just use our services as a Checkmk partner, and we advise them as a specialist on the setups.
So everything from fully managing all of the infrastructure to just being a kind of point monitoring specialist from the outside. Now, I know we have a couple of MSPs in the room as well who are in a similar situation and probably can relate very well to the day-to-day life of Erik. But for those that are not, can you quickly paint us a picture of what's different when you monitor one company's infrastructure compared to if you're responsible for many of them from the perspective of an MSP?
Yeah, so most of the basics are the same because we all have an infrastructure. We all need to monitor that infrastructure. But for us as an MSP, it's important to have the fine-tuning, efficiency, and because we have different levels of engagement with different customers, each customer needs their own set of rules. So we provide it from a top-down level. So the top level is all general rules, and then going down, we have more specific sets. And the most important thing for us is that we need to keep the customer information separately for each customer.
Yeah. So on the last point, I guess having multiple tenants and keeping them separate, of course, very important. How do you do that specifically?
Well, we have one central site where we do the managing and we show the dashboards. And for each customer, we have a remote site that allows us to monitor their on-site environment as well as their Azure environment. And we do use the multi-tenant edition of Checkmk that allows us to separate the data actually like on the system. And also we do right-based assessments of assignments on personal accounts of each of the customer.
And on the last point, so role-based access controls, if I understood correctly, you generally let people use their own credentials to log into their monitoring site. And it's important for you to provide this kind of self-service experience. Why is that?
Well, of course, we want to brand the service as the company we are. And we also want the customer to use their own credentials. It's one less password to remember because we already have so many. And which also allows us to enforce our own conditional access policies. So we enforce the way they should log on to our systems. And yeah, the main part for us was the branded Netflix experience.
So safer, a smoother experience, and you can brand it
yes.
for a unified experience. And we just had a talk that featured Azure quite heavily. And I understand that you also have many Azure customers in your customer base, or many Azure users in your customer base. Zooming in on those specifically, what's most important, or what are some important things that you provide to them specifically for and within Azure?
Like obviously the default checks for the infrastructure, making sure everything is running smoothly. But also what we like to make a difference is the cost management for our customers. Because in Azure you pay for what you use, and that can go quite high. So we make it a big deal out of using Azure reservations and other soft cost-saving measures.
Yeah. So you mentioned one word there, Azure reservations. I think for those in the audience that work with Azure, they'll know exactly what you're talking about. But for those that don't, what are Azure reservations and what's the idea behind them?
Well, by default, you pay for the services as you go, which these costs can go quite high depending on the resources that you deploy. And if you, within Azure, you have the option called Azure Reservations, which basically is the commitment of going to be using some type of resource for the next 1 or 3 years. And making that commitment allows you to save some money.
Yeah, so same idea as with many other cloud providers, and the mechanism that Azure has is reservations. Can you give an example of one of them?
If you use virtual machines, for example, if you make a commitment of 1 year, you can save 30%. And if you make a commitment of 3 years, you can save up to 50% on your annual cost.
And within those reservations specifically, Netflix provides some pretty specific monitoring of making the best use or make the most use of these reservations to optimize cost. What do you focus on the most? How does Netflix help its customers specifically with costs in using reservations?
We help customers setting up those reservations. So what we also do is monitor those within Checkmk by checking if they're not expired yet, and also if the utilization of those reservations is optimized. Because if you pay for 5 servers and you only use 3 of them, then you're basically paying for nothing.
So you want to make sure that whatever you do consume is ideally covered by a reservation.
Yes.
And when something is covered, you want to make sure that it doesn't expire.
Exactly.
Right. And is there like a measurable impact that has for your customers, and how much they save compared to if they didn't use that?
Yes, though the reservations allow you to save between 30 and 50% annually.
Pretty cool. That's a big number. And is that something that I can use as well? Let's say I have Azure that I need to monitor. Can I make use of what you're helping your customers with?
Yes, so I wanted to give back to the community after so many help I've got with the plugins of others. So I've uploaded my plugin as well to the Checkmk Exchange.
Thank you very much. So round of applause for that. Thank you for giving back to the community, Erik. Super cool. Now let's stay in the realm of, or the world of Microsoft, and go through some examples of incidences that you actually encountered with customers. One of them that you told me about was a customer whose Hyper-V cluster was expanding and was going to break if you hadn't intervened. What happened there?
Yeah, so it was a Friday. I was on site with the customer, actually, and just after we had a nice lunch, we came back to the desk, to our desk, and we found a file system check flagged the system going to be full within the next 72 hours. Because we have some trend analytics set up based on the last 24 hours in terms of what the system is growing or shrinking, and it turned out to be a checkpoint issue. That was kept creating new checkpoints without removing them. So even though we were still using only 60% of the file system, it was going to be full within the next 24 to 72 hours. Therefore, it would have been during the weekend, which none of the IT guys worked, of course.
Yeah. And you used trend analysis and probably set thresholds accordingly to flag that before it became an issue for the customers and could fix it.
Yes. So I was able to fix it before 5 p.m. So
nice. Probably saved them a very stressful weekend. And then another thing we talked about that I imagine was very stressful for you, that some of you in the audience might remember as well, when the Log4j vulnerability hit. Of course, your customers were affected by that just as well. But for those of your customers that you had on Checkmk, most of them were in the green after just a few hours. Can you walk us through that and what happened on the customer side and also on your side to manage all of that when the vulnerability hit?
Yes, so I will give you the perspective of the customer who didn't use our Checkmk as a service, and then the other one. So I was with the customer at that day that it was like the big announcement, and we had this, the things going on to have it fixed. So we had like 600 or 700 virtual servers that needed to be scanned and needed to be checked for vulnerabilities. And we were basically busy all day checking systems, writing new scripts to automate stuff. And then the next days, once someone from the team had fixed the vulnerabilities, we had to check again to make sure everything was fine. So that cost us a lot of time.
I imagine. And how was that different, or what was the experience for your customers that you had on Checkmk? How did you fix it for them?
Well, luckily someone from the community shared a nice plugin on the Exchange that allowed us to deploy the scanner. And basically what we did is we deployed the plugin for all Windows and Linux systems. The agents were updated within the hour, and then within the next hour we had from all systems. We had the insights on what systems were vulnerable or not, and from there we could contact our customers. And within 2 days, we had basically fixed all the vulnerabilities together with the customers, but we were the ones providing the insights.
Super cool. And also probably another anonymous thanks to the community for giving you something that sounds like it was very helpful then. Now, to close out the conversation, as we're coming to an end, from the perspective of an MSP, or your work specifically, what's one thing or a few things that you either wish you had known earlier or that you would give anybody as a piece of advice moving into what you're doing?
Yeah, so we started using Checkmk in 2016, and we used to set up everything using host tags. Like, this is a server that runs SQL, this is a server that runs Active Directory. But each time a customer changed something, we were hoping that he would tell us, or we had to find out when something broke. And after a few years, when host labels were implemented, we started using host labels and discovering based on processes or other things like the hardware software inventory. And so now our main focus is to always do automatic discovery of installations and on processes, which saves us a lot of time and headaches about the checks that we need to implement.
So you don't rely on customers telling you everything that they do because you just find out yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Very cool. And in the direction of Checkmk, if you had a bit of a wish list, what's one thing that you would have us do?
Well, I would love to have a recycle bin of the hosts or rule sets that I've deleted, because sometimes you find out in a few days that you still needed that one rule set and it's gone. So it would be helpful.
Nice. Okay, I think we have time for just one question or two. Now let me also quickly log into that. If you have any questions towards Erik about any MKPs, about anything that he's doing, use your chance now. Otherwise, let's close down the talk. Thank you very much, Erik, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
And everybody enjoy your coffee break. Thank you.
Break, coffee break, okay? I think we meet back in 15 minutes. So grab a coffee. I think we have coffee outside, cake, and I think there's also beer.
I'm not sure if you heard, but Martin just announced that there is coffee outside here and also some beer because we're at Paulana, which makes sense. So anyways, We'll also have a break for coffee, grab a cup or any other drink that you might prefer, be it beer or something else. And yeah, let's meet again right before 5 p.m. for the final part of the day. We're closing the day with From Alert to Answer, the Checkmk approach to practical AI by Matteo Villosio and Annika Felgenträger. Then the Fortified Watchtower, how to set up Checkmk securely by Ralf Spenneberg. Beyond the Tracks SVV by Maël Wyssbrod and Benjamin Schemer from Swiss Railways. That's gonna be really great. And even though this part was very packed with a lot of interesting talks, the next one is gonna be as great as this one. So see you back very soon. Have a great break.
The act of love. The act of love. The act of love.
Okay. So welcome back. Now we're at the last segment for today. And only 1 more hour until you can enjoy the evening event. I hope you all listen to my advice to get some beers. Yeah, yeah, very good. And now I think when we look at one of the big topics in the IT industry is obviously AI. And we already shared a lot about what we want to do in AI. But actually, it wasn't me who built that stuff. So we now invite the people who actually built our Explain with AI feature, who will tell you a little bit how it works and how it works in the background. And for that, we have Annika and Matteo, our resident AI experts. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Thank you, Martin. Before we dive right into From Alert to Answer, let's imagine this. You're in your bed, you're dreaming, it's so nice, you're back on your vacation in Italy. The sun is shining, you had a perfect dinner. You wish you could stay here forever. But then your phone goes off. Half awake, you open your laptop, you're in incident mode, while your brain is still halfway in Italy. But now you're on the clock. You're trying to figure out what happened, why it is happening, how bad this is, all at the same time. And you know the answer isn't going to be in one place. You're staring at a dashboard, trying to remember if there's a runbook. Did anybody write one? What does that service even do? I mean, you only inherited it last week. How do you know? And while you're figuring all of that out, the messages keep coming in. We've all been there. An incident isn't just about finding data. You need to have knowledge about the system to interpret what you're seeing. And if you're not the person who built that system or the service, understanding what is going on can feel a bit like playing detective. And being a detective can cost you time and money. Now, let's be real. Most of you all know your systems inside out. In 80% of the cases, you have a pretty good idea of what is going on before you've even opened that dashboard. But those other 20%, that part of the system that isn't quite yours yet, that is when the investigation gets long and costly. We've heard that number today already. Industry data puts mean time to resolution at about 80% on diagnosis, not fixing. So when something breaks in an unfamiliar territory, that phase gets longer and more expensive. But what if we could take a shorter route and get an explanation in minutes? What if AI could explain it? So today, we're introducing Explain with AI in Checkmk Cloud. It's a single-click feature that allows you to skip that detective work and go from alert to answer in minutes. It takes on the investigation for you by putting context across all your services and then giving you a summary in a natural language. What went wrong, why, and what you should do next. One very important thing here is that feature will never resolve an incident for you. It will simply recommend actions to move forward. Now, let's see it in action. You've probably spotted them. Sometimes today already, Explain with AI is available everywhere where you can see little sparkle icons. And after clicking on it, a slide out opens. And in there, you can actually watch the AI what is going on. You can see it analyzing, then diagnosing, and probing deeper into your systems. And once it's finished, you will receive a written summary of the incident in context of all the other services in the host. Additionally, you will also receive a description of what the failure in that specific service means. And then in the last action, you get some actionable steps of fixing that. And then you have a clear answer on what you should do next. And with that, your next incident will hopefully look a little bit different.
And hopefully a little calmer. And I'll explain you how. So, we follow three main guiding principles, with trust being the theme in building this feature. First of all, this feature takes no autonomous action. AI never runs a command, never triggers a runbook, never changes anything. It observes and explains. Then the human is always in the driver's seat. What you get is a summary and some recommendation, some suggestions. This is not a fix-it button. Finally, we want your work to get simpler, not more complex. Think of it this way. You are driving, and the AI happens to be in the car with you with a well-informed opinion about whether you are heading in the right way. But it never grabs the wheel. Another concern is the data. Again, the data is always stays in your geographical location, and it is processed there. Sensitive data is never shared and never leaves your boundary. And finally, no training is ever done on your data. But now, let's briefly unpack what's behind the button. You can see a very brief schematics that shows what is the general architecture that is behind this new feature. When you click the Explain with AI button, the Checkmk frontend sends a request to a small AI backend inside our infrastructure. The backend is built around the AI service that is our, let's say, Explain with AI brain. Here, the AI gathers information using live status about your services, hosts, and Checkmk in general. Such information is gathered using some tools from our internal MCP server. The MCP server works as a sort of a translator that translates the queries between the AI and the live status, and also organizes and cleans a little bit the returned information. So after the AI has gathered enough information, a new turn of the LLM is spin up, again, with this information to analyze them a little deeper. It then builds a structured response, what Annika showed you before, to be shared back with you. We try to keep this architecture as modular and agnostic as possible because we want to have the flexibility to extend it where needed and to always support the most modern and secure tools and providers. So, what you have seen is only the start, and Explaining with AI is launching first in Checkmk Cloud, our SaaS offering, and I want to tell you why we started here. First of all, it is the surface where we can ship and improve continuously. The step is the easiest. It comes with your Checkmk instance, and you need to do no configuration in it. It is also the easiest place to consume it, as there is no need to host your own LLM, to create API keys, store them, etc. Finally, is also where we can offer the best quality from day one. We rely only on state-of-the-art models, and our SaaS offering allows us to really manage them, upgrade them, and update them on your behalf. So cloud is where we start, but not where we stop. AI is coming to more of Checkmk, so stay tuned. And if this looks interesting, you can try it today in Checkmk Cloud. We are really excited to hear what you think.
Yeah, that was just a short introduction to Explain with AI, built to give you a diagnosis in minutes and to give you back more of your valuable time. Thank you, and please let us know if you have questions.
Thank you so much, Annika and Matteo. First question up. Will Explain with AI be available in Ultimate version?
Should I? So for now, it's only available in Checkmk Cloud. For other features like Explain with AI or Explain with AI, I would say watch the roadmap talks tomorrow.
Next one up. Which model is being used and where is the data being processed?
So we are using Google models currently, some of the most powerful. You can see what model is being used to process your request when you use the feature. And the data is processed depending on your geographical location, so we obviously respect that.
Next one up. Is it also working on an on-prem LLM?
No, currently it's only available in cloud, and we have a provider for that. So at the moment, it only works on in cloud, but in the future, who knows?
Yeah, also for that one, the roadmap talk tomorrow will clear that one up. Next one. As AI-driven operations become mainstream, how does Checkmk plan to evolve its monitoring platform to move from alerting to autonomous problem resolution?
So,
I think Martin.
Yes.
Tough one, I guess. Yeah.
Tomorrow, okay? We have a very nice. Whoever asked that, yeah, it's perfect. I think we have a good answer to that question tomorrow, yeah.
It will be covered in tomorrow's talk and quite in some detail, I guess. Yeah. So next one, can AI also correlate alerts from different hosts or only alerts of one single host?
So currently, it uses mainly the information from one host, and the capabilities to correlate with different hosts are limited, but let's say that we'll have some surprises tomorrow.
A lot will be cleared up tomorrow, right? Then next one, so probably about AI in general. Will embedded AI help to build dashboards, including recommending views and pre-built templates? Also, that will be covered by tomorrow. Sorry. Then about cost. How are the tokens for the AI model paid? Who pays them?
Yeah, I can take that one. So the tokens are part of your cloud subscription, meaning they are baked in, and there is no additional cost for you.
Good answer, I guess. Then last question for this talk. Who defines the data set on which the agent bases its recommendations regarding the suspected root cause? How and in what format must this be provided?
So currently, the AI uses, I would say, transformed version of the information that live status provides, and from which we, let's say, clean up some parts and modify others. And it is, let's say, the AI has some freedom to choose depending on the problem that is trying to solve, with some well-defined guardrails on it. And the format is, let's say, a transformed format of what the live status provides.
With that, thank you so much, Annika. Thank you, Matteo. And move on to the next talk.
So back in the days when Checkmk had no security team, we had Ralf Spenneberg. Yeah, and Ralf Spenneberg, he's a well-known security specialist and a long-time Checkmk partner. And back in the days, I think that was 2018 or 2019, he always gave a talk, almost every conference, on how to set up Checkmk securely. And I hope that since then we have done a lot of our security homework so that the talk he gives today is a different one than what he gave in 2018. So now let's welcome Ralf to the stage and let's see what he has to share with us.
Thank you so much, Martin. Well, good afternoon to all of you. I'm thrilled to be back on stage this year's conference. So my name is Ralf Spenneberg, and we are a Checkmk partner since the very beginning in 2013 with a strong security background, as Martin told you. Our main focus, apart from Checkmk, is the security of embedded devices, so smart meters, PLCs, industrial firewalls, medical devices, that kind of stuff. And we help vendors in hardening their products mostly. In addition, we are in a recognized certification lab by the BSI, so we do certifications of these devices as well. Today, I want to talk to you about securing your Checkmk installation. So the time for this talk is quite limited, so if you would like to know more, contact me afterwards or join me for my tutorial on Thursday. There will be a 3-hour tutorial on Thursday as well. So security starts with authentication. You have to make sure that only trusted users can access your Checkmk installation. and your Checkmk servers. Secondly, we've got the bakery, and we want to talk about the bakery a little bit, because especially if you enable automatic updates, essentially the bakery is a software deployment solution. So if you deploy backdoors in your agents, that would be catastrophic to your systems, I guess. Network isolation has always been a good practice, so we talk about that a little bit as well. And finally, no software is perfect and bug-free. So the only way to ensure that your installations are secure are installing updates. And we'll cover that a little bit as well. So let's start with authentication. What do you need for good authentication? Why single sign-on? Let me talk a little bit about single sign-on. Well, Checkmk requires authentication. So users need to remember passwords. And if they do need to remember passwords, these passwords are often either simple or are reused very often. In addition, if you have different systems and you have different passwords for these different systems, the passwords might be stored differently, possibly weak. Therefore, you should use a central password store. But that can be achieved with LDAP already in Checkmk. So why single sign-on? Well, if you've got single sign-on, you have one single instance where you store all your passwords and where you can enforce all your password policies as well. Because this single instance then, is the central device. And in addition, you can easily then enable multi-factor authentication as well. And if you take a look at modern systems, multi-factor authentication is probably the way to go in addition to password-based authentication if you want to have a secure installation and secure user authentication. So why SAML? For web applications, SAML is one option to implement such a thing like single sign-on, and Checkmk chose SAML as their solution, as their technology. And what's SAML? SAML is a secure assertion markup language. Let me read that abbreviation. Essentially, it uses a couple of redirects between the web application that requires the authentication and the web application that provides the authentication. We talk about the service provider and the identity provider. And the browser and the user is then used to communicate with these two using redirects, web-based redirects. And everything is secured with TLS, which makes the whole thing very secure. The Checkmk documentation shows you how to implement that using Microsoft, and I want to prove to you that you can use the open source solution Keycloak as well. So why Keycloak, or what is Keycloak? Keycloak is an open source identity and access management system. Actually, it does much more than what I'm going to show you today. It takes care of the whole life cycle of your users. In addition, it supports user federation. So you can connect Keycloak to different user databases that you're already using, like an LDAP server or maybe even your Active Directory if you want to. And for stability, it supports clustering as well. So you don't have to be afraid that your Keycloak might fail. The road to single sign-on requires 3 little steps. First of all, we have to connect our Checkmk to Keycloak. Then we have to configure Keycloak so that it knows what to do when Checkmk asks for authentication. And then we have to enforce our policies. We have to tell Keycloak what to provide to Checkmk so that Checkmk can log in the users. Essentially, we want to have a login prompt, like here, where you see this green button, login via SAML. And we want to look at what's required for that. And I'll give you a couple of screenshots. It's quite easy, actually, to set up. So for SAML to work, you first need TLS everywhere. You need TLS on your Checkmk server. You need TLS on your Keycloak with trusted certificates. Let's Encrypt is fine if you want to use Let's Encrypt. In addition, we have to establish a trust relationship between the Keycloak server and our Checkmk server. For that, metadata has to be exchanged. This can either be done automatically over the network, or you can exchange that manually. We will see that. Take a look at the slide and take a look at the entity ID at the top. This is taken essentially from a dialog in Checkmk when you configure SAML. And if you take a look at that line there and the contents, that's the line that you enter in Keycloak. This is a corresponding page in Keycloak. And these two lines have to match, essentially, so that when Checkmk connects to Keycloak, Keycloak recognizes the client. In addition, if you actually want to set up things secure, if you want to require the client to sign its requests, we have to set up we have to exchange some public keys between the Checkmk server and the Keycloak server. And for that, metadata has to be exchanged. And the metadata URL is provided on the page I showed you 2 slides before. And if the Keycloak server can access then this metadata that we are seeing here, then you can require the Checkmk server to sign its assertions, and to the responses from the Keycloak server can be encrypted as well, because now the Keycloak server has the public keys of the Checkmk server. And they are managed automatically if we have such a network connection available here. If it's not a network connection, you have to do it manually. You have to copy the data over. Anyway, if you set up everything correctly, this doesn't work yet. Why? Checkmk requires one attribute from the Keycloak server, the username. You have to log in as a user to Checkmk. Keycloak, by default, only provides the roles. And we then need mappers to provide additional attributes. So if we want to have the username, we need a mapper. If we want to have group membership, we need a mapper. If we want to have the email so that Checkmk can send alerts, we need a mapper. And if you want to have the full name of the user in Checkmk, Keycloak only knows the first name and the last name, but not full name. We need complex mappers, which can be enabled or implemented using JavaScript in Keycloak. And here you see some mappers that you can configure in Keycloak. And as soon as everything is set up, what you can do is you can configure one-time passwords in Keycloak as well. The green square is a little bit shifted to the right. So what you can do is, per user or per realm, you can configure one-time passwords. And then the next time the user logs in via Keycloak, he will be presented with such a request to set up its authenticator app on the mobile phone and to provide such a one-time password in addition to the normal password. And once we've done that, you have a single sign-on solution. And of course, this only makes sense if other web applications are connected to Keycloak as well. So if you have several web applications that support SAML, you now have one central instance that decides what user may log into what application, what group memberships, what attributes are shared with the web application, what roles are shared, and you have one central instance that governs all that. And that's the main win with such a solution as Keycloak, with such a single sign-on solution. Okay. Of course, this doesn't work immediately. You will have trouble setting this up. In addition to the logs of both applications, what helps very much is the so-called SAML tracer. The SAML tracer is a browser plugin that you can install on both Firefox or Google Chrome. And the nice thing about the SAML tracer is that it tells you what is actually exchanged within the redirects. So you can see what attributes are exchanged and what the contents of these attributes is. So we see we have a member admin, a username Ralph, an email address with such an OID, and maybe a role as well. Okay. You might ask, why I should undergo this hassle of single sign-on multi-factor authentication? Why? Checkmk is secure enough, isn't it? Well, let's talk about the bakery a little bit. I still remember the day Martin told you that I'm long-time partner of Checkmk since 2013. I still remember the day when Matthias Kettner called me on the phone and told me that they wanted to implement automatic updates via the bakery. And I told him to keep away from it. He convinced me that his customer needed it, requested it, so we discussed a couple of options, how to secure it, how to make it most secure. Still, it's a software deployment system. And it's a software deployment system where you create the software, where you sign the software. So if you have automatic updates, it's even automatic software deployment system. And the thing is, this is great for supply chain attacks. That's what we're talking today mostly when we talk about attacks on companies. So you are now responsible for the integrity of the package. You are signing it. The signature only protects the package during storage and transport over the network. And the files that are used to build the package are not protected. That's your responsibility. So what can you do to harden the bakery? Well, first of all, harden your Checkmk server. Make sure that only trusted users can access the Checkmk server. And think about both the GUI and the console. So on the GUI, we just talked about multi-factor authentication, might be a good idea. On the console, use the site user whenever possible and the root user only for updates and things like that, and make sure that not everybody has this root access. Make sure that the console is protected as well. On the bakery and agent side, well, these steps don't solve the problem, but they might help a little bit. On Linux, you might want to use a non-root agent because that restricts the options of the agent quite a bit. You might want to use separate signing keys so that you can revoke the keys of one user leaving the team. And HTTPS access to the bakery should be a no-brainer. We still have 1 or 2 customers that still haven't secured their sites with TLS. I don't know about you. I guess that's an absolutely no-go. Anyway, in addition, monitor your local directory. Everything in local could have some impact on building the agent package. Any MKP can modify the way the agent is baked. So monitor your MKPs as well. Only install trusted MKPs. You might want to install a file integrity monitor as well, which could monitor all the checksums or so. Okay, network isolation. Well, network isolation, of course, just put your Checkmk servers on different VLANs. Although this is not quite as simple, and there are 2 things I want to cover a little bit more in detail. First of all, if you have a distributed setup, remember, in the Pro edition at least, everything that's happening or that's configured on the central side is pushed to the remote sites. Users, password store, and so on. This might be an option for the value-added option for the Ultimate edition with data segregation multi-tenancy, because there you can decide what is shipped to which remote site. And then the automation user. Since 2.4, Checkmk itself does not use the automation user anymore. Traditionally, if you have older installations, the automation user and the password of the automation user is stored in clear text on the file system and is then pushed to all remote satellites, which means anyone with access to the file system of a remote satellite has admin privileges on the central side because he can read the password of the automation user. Make sure you remove the automation user or at least remove the clear text password from the file system. If you have separated or segregated your Checkmk servers, we still need a couple of connections between the servers. Fortunately, all of them can be secured using TLS. And the TLS implementation is mostly well. Martin, live status still has to be improved. If you want to know more about live status TLS, come to my tutorial or catch me after the break, because that one is not that good. That one is quite critical, actually. Anyway, updates. Let's come to updates. I still have 3 minutes, so let's see that I cover that. Checkmk is secure, isn't it? Yes. Actually, I think Checkmk is a very secure system. I trust Checkmk so much that we use it ourselves. That's the reason why we use Checkmk, why we stayed with Checkmk all the time. We chose Checkmk because of its security. Still, there are vulnerabilities. Even quite a lot that are quite high even. Is that a bad thing? No. It just means that the vendor, Checkmk, and you customers search for and report such vulnerabilities, and then they are fixed. The more vulnerabilities that are found, the better. Every product has vulnerabilities. If you have some kind of software in your installations that never had any CVE, never had any vulnerability, just nobody searched for them. That's the reason. We know that from experience. We are searching for such things. So you always find something. So what can you do? Well, install updates. That's the most important thing. And there even is a great plugin by Thomas Labinski. There he is. It's in the first line. You can use Checkmk to check for updates. This would be something that I would like to have mainlined in Checkmk. Unfortunately, it's not yet. You have to install it as MKP, but then you see whether there's an update available. Of course, I know that you cannot install every update, so you might only have several maintenance windows where you can install updates. So you have to choose which update you might want to install. So what kind of prioritization can you use? There are actually 2 ways you can do that. You can do a risk-based prioritization. I don't know whether you've heard of KEV or exploitability. Those are 2 new metrics that have been added to the CVEs in the CVE database. The first one tells you whether the vulnerability is already exploited in the wild. And the second one tells you whether AI predicts that it will be exploited within the next 30 days. And I don't know whether you can read it in the lower right. There are the EPSS and the KEV presented for this vulnerability, which is very, very, very low. The other idea is contextual analysis. So if you have a vulnerability in the event console and you don't use it, well, disable the event console, and then you maybe don't have to install the security update immediately. Quite easy. I guess that's a no-brainer as well. So let's make sure that you do that. OK, so what do we have accomplished in this talk, I hope? We've talked about authentication. I told you that multi-factor authentication is a good idea. We talked about software deployment. Make sure that your bakery is secured. We talked about network isolation and the way that you can secure the connections with TLS and deny everything else. And lastly, updates. Please install updates, at least every security update. Of course, this requires a maintained major version. If you're running on 2.2, there won't be any security update for 2.2 anymore. So make sure that you run at least 2.4 or maybe 2.5. Thank you very much. I hope this talk was informative, and I'm open for questions. Haben wir noch irgendwie Zeit? Okay.
Then thank you so much, Ralf. Always great to see how you're making Checkmk more secure. One question up. Is there a chance to get this presentation? Is there a good instruction in the internet?
I guess the slides will be online after the conference, as usual.
I actually don't know, but yes. Or you can rewatch the talk on YouTube as well.
Yeah, so everything will be online. And if you want this presentation or have additional questions, just write me an email. You should be able to find me.
Then second question, and probably also last one because of time. Do you have any plans to integrate OAuth 2?
That should be a question for Checkmk.
It was on the roadmap. But we decided to fix SAML for distributed first, and then we can do it. Yeah.
Yes, so I think next year there will be some updates for LDAP and SAML as well. But no OAuth2, unfortunately. Thank you so much, Ralf.
Okay. When most of us think about IT infrastructure, we picture a server room, yeah? Something that stands still. The guests which we have here for the last fireside chat, they have something very different. Yeah? Their data centers, they move. They go up and down hills, they get rattled, they get shaken, they go through cold weather, warm weather, and they still need to keep working, no matter what. Yeah? Maël and Benjamin, they're engineers at the SBB, that's the Swiss Federal Railways, yeah? Schweizer Bundesbahnen. And in the next few minutes, we're going to talk about what it takes to monitor a fleet of moving data centers. Maël and Benjamin, welcome. Okay, Ben, we start with you. What does your team do at SBB?
First of all, thank you for having us. But yeah, Maël and I, we are in the APFZ team. Stands for Application in the Trains. And we are basically managing the comfort system. So that is responsible for information to the customer, to the passenger, and feedback operational data back to the central site. That comfort system is kind of in contrast to the system-critical systems who are responsible for accelerating, braking, and reacting to signals from the track. So if we have devices or multiple devices who fail on a train, the train can still operate, it can still move. We are not criticals. But of course, when something is breaking or not working, then the customer experience is affected. But yeah, we brought a picture with us that you can see a little better what we are talking about. So what you see is a double rack, and it is representing one train type what we have. And on this train type, we have from each device what we are responsible for, at least one. And what you can see is displays, speakers, cameras, sensors, switches, and most important to us, it is the onboard server, what is on one side a virtualization platform, but with its modem as well, the connection to the central site. So it depends really much on the train type. When you have a single carriage, then there are only a handful of devices on the train. But with the modern fleets, when we have multi-carriage trains, then there can be about 200 or more devices.
And Maël, so for the IT admins here who are used to a not moving data center, yeah, what is different when you're monitoring a train?
Well, I think one way to explain it so that you can imagine is that we have hundreds of decentral data centers, and adding to that, they move around the country, and sometimes, or yeah, a lot of times also cross borders. So it's quite strange to have data centers which move around. What caught me off guard as someone who came to SBB from an IT background is that it doesn't really have to be an issue when a train goes offline or is unreachable. I mean, if you're in conventional IT, whatever, if you get a notification that a server is offline in your data center, you probably start to get a bit nervous. Whoa.
You have a special surprise for you.
Right. Yeah? That's perfect. Right time here on the stage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, as I said, if in a data center a server goes offline, you probably start to get nervous. You start analyzing what's going on, and pretty quickly you're going to probably either yourself taking a car or hopefully a train, I guess, to go to the data center and fix it. If we get nervous every time a train goes offline, we'd never sleep, I guess. We'd have a very stressful life. So it also happens quite a bit that you analyze something via SSH or just remotely, and then connection just cuts off. It's frustrating in the beginning, but you get used to it. It's also the reason why some of us write scripts or use Checkmk notifications to get notified when a server is back online, because sometimes you're really eager to analyze it. And so when it comes back online, you're almost happy, like, oh, I have time again to analyze it.
Okay, so we heard, or I actually said that trains operate in extreme conditions all year round. What does that mean in practice for you?
Yeah, the data centers, data centers are normally, and you have good conditions. With the trains, it's very different. So you have an environment that has low temperatures, high temperatures, and a lot of rattling. So the devices has always to be train certified to be operating on a train. And that's especially for the harsh conditions and for the long-term period, we have to use it on the train. When we have a train standing around in the winter, the components see temperatures below minus 20 degrees, and in summer you can boil it up to over 70 degrees in a device compartment when the sun is really shining down. And while the train is moving, you have vibrations all the time. So we have to use ruggedized components. For example, when we use plug for network cable, we don't use RJ45. That would break within days or weeks. But we have 12 screwed plugs, and they are much more robust. And still, things break. So that's why we have to monitor the whole system. And we prefer, instead of waiting that someone will discover it in the depot that something is breaking, we want to know it as first and can initiate a replacement of the device itself. So that is our idea, how we operate it.
And how many trains are you monitoring?
Well, we brought a picture for that as well. That's patent pending. I think that's 2 weeks ago, the screenshot. At the moment, we have a bit over 800 trains in total, with a bit over 50K devices over all of them. Giving an exact amount of components in a train is a bit a hard question, of course, because you have different fleets and all. The general thing I can say is that, as expected, all the trains have less components. Let's say a couple of dozen components, and then modern trains, which came out recently, go into the hundreds of components. So it varies a bit, but that's the general direction.
And how do you make that visible in your monitoring, the trains?
Well, architecturally, it works in a way that we have a central site, which we engineers access, and then on every train there's a remote site which monitors the local devices and services. It means that if a train doesn't have reception to the central side, then we can't get the data, but at least it continues to monitor itself locally in a way. So yeah, we use remote sites. It's not a big magic, but I guess we have a lot of them, so that's the...
So, but that means we have 800 trains. That also means 800 remote sites, right?
Yes.
And I see people laughing. You see? That's a lot. And does that work well for you, or do you have issues with that?
It works fine now. I'll say it's funny that you ask that. When we started implementing it, stuff worked fine. We added remote sites, new trains and all. And then at around the 512th remote site, yeah, it crashed down hard. We notified you. It turned out that some dependency had like a 512 thread limit, which we ran into. But you fixed it in less than a day, so it didn't really affect us. And since then, I don't believe that we had any issues specifically related to like the amount of remote sites. But we must have been the first ones to have that many. Yeah,
I'm really afraid now that everyone starts monitoring that many sites with a central one. Yeah, I think they have a special setup, right? So not everyone should start with that now. So now I imagine it's a really challenge to monitor trains because, I mean, they go off just, I mean, you mentioned, so what happens when a train moves through a tunnel, yeah? What happens when the connection is off?
Yeah, and connectivity is really a challenge, but at least since tunnels are kind of a thing in Switzerland, and that situation is covered, and mobile connectivity is available in the tunnels. But still, we have, of course, remote areas where the coverage is not that good, and especially with maintenance buildings, they're sometimes very old and not built with mobility in the first mind. So there, the connectivity can be weak or not available at all. And trains as well get usually switched off. But as Maël already told, that is not an alert for the monitoring team. That's just the usual case. And they come back online later.
Okay, so you using for the monitoring also real-time visualization, I learned. Can you walk us a little bit through how that looks like? How do you monitor these trains visually?
Sure, yeah. So we brought some screenshots again. We use Nagvis, as expected. That's a map of Switzerland. If you've ever seen it before, you can see the locations of the train. Of course, you can also see like one train in France, and then there's a couple of Germany. If we would zoom out, you'd also see, or there's a chance that you'll see some in Italy and Austria as well. So our trains really travel far. But that's the high-level overview. It doesn't give you a ton of information, I guess. So let's head to the next slide, and we can show you. That's also a Nagvis, which we have. I'm starting with this to also pick up the question before of the amount of components. That's an old train we call Domino. It's basically ancient. It was built in the 1980s, so Benno might remember the first one when it rolled out of the factory. So maybe try to take a mental note of the amount. Oh, I see people taking pictures. It's probably interesting. Take a mental note of how many components there are, and now let's switch to a more modern one. So it's not that drastic of a change, but you see that the amount of components is denser, I'll say. For the train people, this is called the Iardosto. It was built in the 2010s, so I was born before that. And that's the cool overview for us, because if there's an issue with a component, it goes red, of course, a warning yellow, you can imagine. And if we click on a single component, you get the usual Checkmk stuff you'd expect in a Checkmk list or dashboard, and then the functionality to directly create an issue out of this. So I guess that's really a central part of our use case.
It looks very cool.
Yeah. We haven't yet tried out Orgvis, but
yeah, you should try the new thing. If you don't know, there's something cool in the forum. Yeah. Okay, so I just remembered that back before when you showed your host services information. Yeah, I mean, these trains go down all the time. You have so many, like, it's hot and cold, yeah. But I looked at the numbers. I think less than 1% of your services are in warning or critical, yeah. So that's really a low number. I've seen much worse. How do you manage then that?
Well, it's pretty easy, actually. We just engineer everything in a way where nothing ever breaks. So, no, kidding, of course. It's, I mean, yeah, we have the monitoring team, which is the first instance. There's lots of things they can solve themselves where they don't need like the engineering teams in the background. And then what helps is like the scale of Switzerland. Everything is a bit smaller, so the whole APFZ is around 40 people. That's including non-engineers and people who don't work with these things. So if they can't solve something themselves, or if they get a feeling that it could be like a systemic issue, which is starting to boil up, then they'll contact one of the engineering teams. And yeah, because we're quite small in a way, you know who does what, which team has which responsibilities, and has to look after the things. We had it yesterday when we came here. We were in a SBB train, and the seat reservation displays weren't working, and even over the loudspeaker they said, "Oh, we're sorry, they're not working." So I wrote a colleague, "Hey, it seems like the displays aren't working." 20 minutes later, he wrote me, "They're fixed." I looked up, and they were working again. So
if someone from Deutsche Bahn is here, please listen closely, okay? Come over.
Yeah, so we call that human monitoring. It happens quite a bit, actually, because we know the train. So if we travel with the train, we look around, and if something's broken, we write in the chat like, "Hey, does someone know it? And then that's one way. And then the last way to report issue is that there's like an app for citizens where they can report broken components. But I think most of the time they just report dirty toilets. So for us, that's not really the biggest use case. But yeah, I think we have the luck of being not like a huge scale compared to other places. So it's not that hard.
It's a lot of services, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of services, but the amount of engineers or people who manage it is manageable.
It's very nice. I'm very jealous. So Ben, has anything changed in the way how you operate the systems on the trains?
Yeah, very much. So 15 years ago, there was a whole other situation, and we changed philosophy since there. But then we often bought new trains, and we bought the comfort system as a complete system from a supplier. So he was responsible for operating the system. He was responsible for monitoring it. And that was kind of nice, but on the downside, if we wanted any changes, it was expensive, it was slow, and sometimes they were not even in business anymore, so it wasn't possible at all. And normally they were as well closed box, also no information on how it was made. Then we thought, okay, that can be the future, and we have to get back into control. And today, we do specify the components, we specify the systems, and the train builder has to implement the devices, what we specify. And we are responsible for the implementation of the platform and for the operation. And that makes us now very flexible. If we like to have changes, we are our own men and girls, and we have to implement it ourselves. And on the other side, we are as well responsible for the monitoring. And that's why we really rely on flexible monitoring solutions. Because, yeah, here we come to the next challenge, that we in the train industry have very long life cycles for our product. So from the moment on when we specify a device or a system till the last train from a fleet, what we just newly ordered, is built, it takes around 7 years. And then the train will work and run for at least 15 years. It gets a mid-cycle upgrade, runs for another 15 years. And in some cases, then we do even end-of-life refresh. And with that refresh, it can run for another decade. So easily 40 years. And with every refresh, it can be that we onboard it to our new platform, what we control ourselves. It can be that devices will be changed. It can be that devices will be not changed. And we will have to handle that in our monitoring environment and have a solution for everything what we have. So, yeah, day by day, week by week, our fleet of monitoring scope is growing, and we have to deal with all of that.
Okay. I was told that Checkmk is also the knowledge base across all these train types. Can you maybe explain this to the audience? Why is Checkmk the knowledge base across these train types?
Yeah, it is an easy way for the monitoring and DevOps team to just go and have a look where a device is located in a train. Not always easy to find the device, but also to see directly what hardware version is built in, what firmware version is it running, and what configuration is loaded onto the device. So in the end, that is very useful. When you have failure, you can see as well the historical data of that device, and you can easily compare it to the other devices who are from the same type, and see very easily if you have a systematic failure. And that, yeah, with our supplement, we have to really escalate quick when we have a systematic failure.
And what can you do today with your monitoring that was not possible before?
It picks up a bit on what Ben was said about just being in control of what you can do with the devices. I mean, for all the devices you can imagine, there's some simpler ways to monitor them, like SNMP and pings. And then for newer devices, sometimes they have like an API you can use to gather some data. So I think that's what made it easier for us. That just that flexibility and the way to quickly add a new whole type of device or just a new check type to a device or components. Let's call them that. So I'd say that's really the biggest advantage from olden times.
And from an operational perspective, what different has it made for your team and for the operations team using Checkmk?
I'd say it sped up the process a little bit and made it easier to, when a problem hits, to analyze it and then give it back. So the operational team can cross-check the status of every component in every train to see if there's anomalies or if everything is broken in some way. So they have an easier way to judge how important something is. And then also we as engineering teams have the advantage that, I quickly mentioned that there's this create issue button which creates an issue in our issue tracker. And that already has a lot of information, like all of the host names, the issues, a direct link into Checkmk, so you can go check it for yourself as an engineer. So a lot of the pre-analysis is already done. So then as engineers, you can go quicker into a deeper analysis and don't have to bother with what even is going on anyways. Of course, there's still difficult problems which someone has to look at and really do a deep analysis, but the whole data gathering to handle these issues is way more comfortable, I'd say, for everyone. Yeah.
Nice. And for anyone in the room who is thinking about monitoring like a mobile or distributed assets, so not just trains, but maybe also vehicles or like any remotes or anything that moves or where you don't have continuous connectivity, what can you recommend?
I mean, that's always the case, but you have to think about what's essential in that way. I said we use remote sites for everything. That was a small lie. The remote sites are like 99% of the use case. We still do ping checks directly from the central site to the gateways on the trains, because else you'd have a really weird issue. If you don't reach the train anymore, is the remote site broken or is the train truly offline? So now we know, okay, the train reacts to a ping, it's there, but we can't get data from the remote site, so then there's an issue behind. If both are offline, yeah, it's a bit hard to know what the reason is sometimes. Of course, we have ways to check. Also, yeah, not directly an advice, but another fun anecdote maybe in that aspect, we had issues where components would crash if we would send SNMP requests to them, either at all or just too frequently. One component couldn't even handle pings, so it just hard crashed when you pinged it. So I guess we have to keep these things in mind, but that's, yeah, not. You'll find out when it happens. I'll put it like that.
And Ben, what is the one thing you wish from Checkmk, which Checkmk could better for your use case?
All in all, we are pretty fine with our monitoring solution, so it works really good. But I think for the operation and monitoring team, it would be very good if the search would improve. It's perhaps as well kind of related to our topology, but when we do make a search query, I think the data gets sent back within a second, but then to process it, it takes like 10 to 15 seconds. And in that time, you wait, and you ask yourself, did I make a typo in the query? Is it still processing? So if that would be really faster, that would help a lot. And perhaps to end on a personal note, so I have just moved my home lab to a FreeBSD system. So if Checkmk would run in a FreeBSD jail, I would set it up at that weekend. So
last for you, okay? Okay. With that, thank you very much. Thanks for the insights into the Swiss railway system. I think it was quite exciting to hear about the challenges which you have. And now, if there are any questions, yeah, let's. Oh, we have actually questions.
I think I need a beer now, I think.
Oh. How long does the play?
25 questions. Wow.
So yeah, a lot of people have questions. Okay, how long does it take to apply changes to 800 distributed sites?
Yeah, that's that's a big challenge, like the rollout of changes.
Especially since we are kind of as well regulated that you can't push out just updates to a train. Sometimes you have to announce an update for a certain train type, and therefore we have to make, let's say, a staged rollout.
But the activate changes, you know, when you click activate changes, when you do a host config change, or you don't do that many host config changes, right?
No. That we don't do.
the train doesn't change a lot,
static.
right? So,
yeah.
Okay, and I think that also answers the next question: How do you update 800 sites? You probably don't, right?
No, not really. But we do. If we do change, we do it over Ansible.
Okay, so Ansible.
I guess the question is specific on Checkmk. Otherwise, we use Ansible. We do change the trains. Yeah. I read the question, and I'm sure that we are not allowed to answer this question. So
yeah, so we will skip that question, Christian, because he's not allowed to answer it. So does every train driver at the SBB have a Checkmk monitor in their cockpit?
No, they don't.
You have a nice T-shirt, Ben, here for you.
Oh, thank you.
And I think we also have the other question answered. How do you differentiate if a remote site is down due to lost connectivity or extra errors? Use a ping check, right?
Yeah, I guess this question was probably asked before that, so if that answers it, yeah.
Oh, is the famous Glacier Express also monitored by Checkmk?
So far, we don't have it onboarded in our fleet. So it's kind of a special train type, and yeah, it's still new enough and that it's not on our newest platform.
Okay, so do we have a clock? Or I think because it looks like we're out of time.
We are already
minus 1.5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're out of time. You see, these are the two guys. Will you be there for the evening event? I know you will be, but are you as well?
Oh, yeah.
We will be both.
Okay, so you know how they look like. Here's a nice sweater with him. So if you have questions, just approach him. And then I think that they can talk much more about how they do stuff. And for that, thank you very much. And
thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
Hello again.
Darf ich mich hinsetzen und Bier trinken?
Ja, ich komme mit. Komm. Okay, I will join. Denglish all day, sorry. Okay, well, that's the wrap-up of day one. Thanks so much. This is cozy, much better than standing. Thank you so much. I think this atmosphere today really was my highlight of all 6 past conferences I ever had. So I'm really happy that you all made the way to Munich in such a big number and also online. Thanks a lot for watching. Real quick before we leave, so what's next? We have 2 parts, the on-site experience and also the remote one. So on-site you can have a last round of drinks, beers or whatever you like here at Palana Beer Garden, and then there are free shuttle services to both the hotel and the evening event at Hoch 5. And over there we will open the doors at 7. And for everyone remote, we will be back tomorrow at 9:30. So you just go to the same website, same live stream link, and then we will see you there. Hopefully the same energy as today. And here you guys have the shuttle times. So there are a few stopping at Motel 1, but not all of them. The others go directly to Hoch 5. I hope you get the schedule. So they're running every 10 minutes. Easy cheesy. You can also walk. There are road works in between. So yeah, take some air and see you very, very soon. And thank you so much for today. Okay. Das war geil, oder?
And that's a wrap on day one. Let us know your favorite talk in the chat, the favorite talk of day 1, because we still have day 2 ahead of us. And don't forget to rate the sessions after the conference is over. Your feedback will shape the next year, so that's very important. Also, I just wanted to say that you can still share your favorite, most interesting piece of monitoring that you have that's being monitored by Checkmk. I'll post the link to the forum below. We'll collect those ideas till tomorrow evening. And yeah, Melina and Martin close things up. And tonight on Site Community and our team, including me, we will head out to an evening event at Hoch 5. Yeah, so it's time to recharge because day 2, it's also a big one and will be filled with amazing talks. So check out the agenda and see you tomorrow.
Into wrongdoing, 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 into